Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grimhammer. Tonight we're diving into the lore of the Third Black Crusade. As always, before I get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the bird. I want to thank you guys for your support. You've been killing it. Now, let's get to the video.
Far beneath the alabaster capital of Gerstahl, where no natural light had touched stone since the first masons died, the saint dreamed without thought. His sepulchre lay below kilometers of sanctified architecture. Chapels had been raised upon chapels until their foundations resembled the compacted bones of dead civilizations. Ossuaries pressed against reliquary vaults. Fortified catacombs descended through rockcrete bastions, whose walls were engraved with the names of extinct regiments. Processional halls wound downward in tightening spirals, passing shrines where pilgrims crawled on bloodied knees, and priests whispered prayers into silver grills. Deeper still, behind gates of adamantium and wards blackened by centuries of incense, Saint Gerstahl waited. What remained of him rested inside a sarcophagus of white stone, sealed beneath crystal, gold, and old iron. His armor had rusted at the joints. His sword lay broken across his chest. The flesh had long since surrendered to time, leaving parchment skin drawn over bone and fragments of dried sinew clinging to the cavity of his ribs. He was dead, yet death was not always absence. Faith had accumulated around his remains for centuries. It had soaked through stone, metal, and desiccated flesh. It had entered the sepulchre with every whispered vow and every drop of pilgrim blood. Millions had believed that the saint watched them. Millions had begged him to rise. That belief remained when they departed, layer upon layer, until the tomb contained something more than a corpse and something less than a soul. The residue did not think. It did not remember as the living remembered. It endured images. Cadia burned. Fortress walls split beneath black lightning. Casas became furnaces. Trenches filled with men drowning in the blood of their own regiments. The sky above the gate cracked open, revealing a wound in creation vast enough to swallow suns. The eye widened. Its purple storms spread across the void like veins rupturing in diseased flesh. Worlds vanished beneath the advancing night. Astropaths screamed themselves blind. Ships emerged from the immaterium with their crews fused into the decks, still preying through mouths grown into the metal. Wolves howled beneath a blackened sky. They stood upon mountains of corpses in armor grey as old winter. Their blades shone with frost while red fire raged around them. They bared their fangs at something too large for mortal sight, and the thing laughed as it broke them. Then came the claw. It closed across the future, one talon at a time. Each blade was longer than a man. Each was stained with the blood of heroes, kings, and gene-forged demigods. Within its shadow, prophecy folded inward. Roads not yet travelled ended in darkness. Voices not yet raised were silenced before breath entered their lungs. The claw reached for Gerstahl. The dead saint could not recoil. Dust settled upon the crystal lid of his sarcophagus. Far above, bells sounded the hour throughout the alabaster city, and none of them rang in warning. Within the eye of terror, time possessed no such discipline. It stretched, reversed, and bled into itself aboard the vengeful spirit. Corridors remembered battles that had not yet occurred. Bulkheads sweated blood from wounds inflicted 10,000 years before. Mortal crewmen sometimes entered a gun deck during one watch and returned years older before the next. Others vanished into passages that had never been built. At the heart of the ancient warship, Ezekiel Abaddon stood before a table of corpses. The chamber had once been a strategium of the 16th Legion. Its vaulted ceiling still bore the traces of the lunar wolves' old heraldry beneath layers of soot, flayed skin, and black iron. Brass chains descended from the darkness above, suspending censers large enough to hold dismembered men. Their smoke coiled around banks of cogitators, attended by lobotomized serfs. The dead upon the table had been arranged according to origin. Pilgrims from Gerstahl occupied the nearest slab. Their hands had been severed and placed beside their heads, so the brands upon their palms remained visible. An astropath lay beyond them, his skull opened and his brain threaded with mnemonic probes. 3 confessors rested together, tongues pinned to their chests with silver nails. At the center lay scripture. Some fragments had been written upon vellum. Others were etched into armor plates, carved into femurs, or, preserved within cracked Abaddon, had read them all. He stood in Terminator plate, the color of the void between stars, edged in tarnished gold and scarred by wars that had broken lesser men into legend. The talon of Horus enclosed one gauntlet, its blades folded above the dead like the limbs of a resting predator. At his side hung Drachnian, sheathed but never silent. The demon within the blade whispered behind the walls, using the voices of those Abaddon had killed. A hooded legionary waited across the chamber. The testimonies remain inconsistent, the warrior said. Abaddon turned one page with the tip of an armored finger. Men lie, he replied. Institutions lie for longer. The prophecy may be fabrication. Everything is fabrication. The legionary bowed his head, uncertain whether he had been corrected. Abaddon looked upon the remains of the astropath. The dead man's lips had been sewn apart so that his final words could be recorded without obstruction. His last vision had come while Black Legion torturers burned away his eyelids and forced him to stare into a captive warp breach. The saint will wake when the eye opens for the final time. The sentence had been spoken in 6 voices. Abaddon had heard Primarchs proclaim certainties before the galaxy learned how weak certainty could be. He had seen demons crawl from the thoughts of frightened men. He had crossed worlds where memory possessed teeth, and the dead hunted those who had forgotten them. He had watched faith turn wounds into mouths, and corpses into weapons. Only fools mocked prophecy, because it sounded impossible. The impossible was merely another battlefield. Gerstahl was flesh, said the legionary. An officer of the old Imperial army, nothing more. He was flesh when he died. Abaddon's gaze returned to the scripture. The Imperium has spent centuries making him something else. He lifted a strip of cured skin upon which cramped high Gothic letters had been tattooed. The text described the officer's last defense during the first savage centuries after the heresy, when traitor hosts still bled from the eye, and the Cadian gate remained a raw wound fortified by survivors. Gerstahl had held a collapsing line, while other Imperial formations withdrew. Whether he had commanded a regiment or a battalion, no record agreed. Whether he had died by bolter, blade, or warp fire had become a matter of sectarian violence among his priests. The facts did not matter. The Imperium had made his death useful. It had built churches around his bones, woven his name into battle hymns, and taught generations of soldiers that he would return when the darkness became absolute. The promise had passed from sermon to scripture, from scripture to dogma, and from dogma into the dreams of psychers. A dead officer had become a strategic asset. Abaddon dropped the skin back upon the table. Summon the commanders. The strategium filled beneath the tolling of iron gongs. Black Legion warlords entered in armor drawn from 1,000 divergent paths of damnation. Some wore ancient cataphracti plate repaired with scavenged ceramite. Others bore the marks of newer allegiances, brass icons, chained skulls, horned helms, sensors packed with narcotic flesh. A sorcerer carried a staff crowned by a human spine. A Terminator champion dragged a chain axe whose teeth continued turning after he stopped. None stood close to the War Master. A hololith awakened above the chamber floor, projecting the Cadian gate in pale green fire. Cadia burned at the center of the image, surrounded by fortress worlds, void stations, mine belts, patrol routes, and overlapping defense zones. Warp approaches pulsed like infected arteries. Naval concentrations appeared as drifting constellations of runes. The commanders studied the display and saw conquest. One proposed that the Legion break Cadia's orbital bastions before the Imperial Navy could mass. Another demanded an immediate descent upon the fortress world, claiming its Khazars would fall once the Black Legion's spearhead reached the surface. A third spoke of isolating the system, starving its defenders and feeding their souls to the warp over decades. Abaddon listened. He allowed rivalry to sharpen their voices. He watched ambition reveal itself through posture and interruption. The followers of the Blood God demanded assault. The sorcerers favored warp-born encirclement. The Thai veterans of the old Legion stared at Cadia with an older hatred, remembering that the gate had denied them passage into the Imperium for centuries. At last, a warlord in crimson-edged Terminator plate struck a fist against his breastplate. "We will lose ships before the first gunship reaches atmosphere," he said. "Cadia is a fortress built to murder fleets. Its guns have waited for us since the Scouring. Why should the Legion bleed itself against walls the Corpse Emperor has spent centuries thickening?" The chamber fell silent. Abaddon crossed the distance between them. He did not draw Draconian. He did not raise his voice. The warlord began to kneel, but the talon closed around his gorget before he could lower himself. Adamantium blades punched through ceramite and entered the meat beneath. Abaddon lifted him one-handed. The warrior's armored boots left the deck. Warning runes flickered across his helm lenses. His gorget collapsed inward with a sound like stone breaking beneath ice. The weight of his own Terminator plate dragged against the point where Abaddon held him. Seals ruptured. Cabling tore free. Reinforced vertebrae separated one after another. The warlord thrashed once. His body pulled apart inside the armor. Blood burst through the joints in his breastplate. A loop of intestine squeezed from beneath his abdominal seal and hung steaming over his thigh guard. His spine tore above the pelvis. The lower half of his body struck the deck with enough force to crack the stone, while Abaddon continued holding the upper half until the last spasms ended. He released the corpse. It fell beside its own legs. "Render him," Abaddon said. Two mortal serfs hurried forward. One slipped in the spreading blood and struck his face against the deck. He rose immediately, nose broken, and seized the dead warlord's arm with both hands. "For the crew vats, Lord?" asked the hooded legionary. Abaddon looked at the commanders. "For the crew vats." The corpse was dragged away, leaving a broad red trail across the strategium. No one questioned the price of attacking Cadia again. Abaddon returned to the hololith and passed the talon through the projection of the fortress world. Green light crawled across the ancient claws. "Cadia need not fall," he said. Several commanders shifted. "It must believe it is the war." He expanded the display. Supply routes appeared, astropathic nexuses, chapter keeps, naval anchorages, worlds whose governors would empty their armories the moment Cadia transmitted a cry for aid. "The Imperium is not an empire," Abaddon said. "It is a wounded beast taught to protect its throat. Strike the gate, and every hand within reach will rise to guard it." Regiments will be diverted. Battle groups will translate from their patrol routes. The sons of the Emperor will descend in their colours and call it duty. A commander with a skull-faced helm gestured toward the projection. And while they gather, Abaddon closed his fist around Cadia's image. Everything else will stand alone. He dismissed the hololith. Darkness returned, broken only by the red eyes of helms and the glow of lumen strips beneath the deck grills. There is one among the Neverborn, Abaddon continued, whose pride exceeds his reason. The sorcerer leaned upon his staff. Talamin. The name moved through the chamber like the first tremor before an avalanche. Talamin, the prince of demon princes. Talamin, whose rage had consumed armies in the warp, and whose hunger for martial supremacy had survived every banishment. He coveted worthy blood. He measured existence through dominance and interpreted every challenge as recognition. A disciplined lord might question why Cadia had been offered to him. Talamin would see only a throne built from corpses. Promise him the blood of the Adeptus Astartes, said the sorcerer. Abaddon's expression did not change. I will promise him an opportunity. Some of the commanders understood, others merely smiled. The mustering began before the council ended. Across the vengeful spirit and the warships chained to its command, armories opened with groans that shook centuries of dust from the decks. Legion serfs broke wax seals stamped before entire imperial bloodlines had been founded. Combi bolters were drawn from racks of black iron. Chain fists screamed as their teeth tasted lubricant. Reaper autocannons rotated beneath the hands of Terminator gunners, while plasma coils awakened in cages of blue light. Siege charges were loaded into breaching torpedoes. Melter weapons were blessed with machine oils mixed from blood and powdered bone. In the magazines, deck gangs hauled macro shells along rusted rails. Each shell towered over the men dragging it. Radiation had burned the workers bald and covered their skin in weeping lesions. Those who collapsed were chained to the next shell and pulled with it toward the loading chambers. Dark Mechanicum adepts descended into engine crypts where reactors had slept since the Great Crusade. They inserted sacrificial pens filled the lower decks. Prisoners from 100 conquered worlds were branded, sorted and shackled by blood type, psychic resonance and devotional value. Some would feed demons, some would strengthen the Geller fields, others would be killed simply because the warp listened more closely when men died in fear. Abaddon walked among the prophetic prisoners before the fleet departed. They had been confined within a chamber whose walls were lined with spent bolt casings. Confessors, shrine custodians, and pilgrims knelt in their own filth. Their eyes had been removed to prevent them from seeing visions the Legion had not authorized. The War Master stopped before the oldest among them. Will Gerstahl rise? The prisoner lifted his ruined face. His lips trembled, but his voice did not. Faith cannot be slain. Abaddon regarded him for several heartbeats. Then he turned to the waiting legionaries. Seal them inside the forward ammunition chambers of the first ships bound for Cadia. One prisoner began to pray. Another laughed until a legionary broke his jaw with a backhanded blow. Abaddon continued toward the door. When the opening broadside is fired, he said, their screams will travel with it. The armor portal closed behind him. Far away, beneath the alabaster capital of Gerstahl, the bell of the saint trembled upon its ancient frame. No hand touched it. Dust slipped from the bronze in thin grey curtains. Reliquary candles guttered inside sealed chambers. The crystal above the saint's bones clouded from within. The dead residue stirred. Across the divide of centuries, it felt a gaze settle upon the tomb. Cold, patient, merciless. The gigantic claw closed tighter around the future. The Imperial vessel had died without understanding why it had been spared. Its name had been burned from the prow. The Aquila had been torn from its armor and inverted above the bridge, each wing pinned to the hull with chains thick enough to moor a cruiser. Its lance batteries had been gutted. Its plasma drives no longer answered to any loyal machine spirit. The crew had been slaughtered, enslaved, or reduced to screaming components within the mechanisms they had once maintained. Yet the ship endured. Black Legion vessels had dragged the carcass into the Eye of Terror and anchored it within the shadow of the vengeful spirit. There, amid storms that rained teeth and fragments of unborn worlds, the corpse had been remade into a temple of war. The summoning chamber occupied what had once been the vessel's primary launch deck. Thousands of tons of flight machinery had been stripped away. The walls were lined with brass plates hammered from melted Imperial guns. Every plate bore wounds made by axe, sword, or bolt shell. Some still carried scraps of flesh from the slaves who had polished them. The deck had been carved into 8 converging avenues. Each avenue was a trench no wider than a man's hand, but deep enough to swallow a severed arm. Lesser channels branched from them, forming an 8-fold geometry that stretched from bulkhead to bulkhead. The design was not decorative. It was a wound inflicted upon reality with mathematical patience. Thousands of prisoners knelt along the grooves. They had been shackled by the throat, wrist, and ankle. Iron collars held their heads forward. Some wore the remains of Imperial Navy uniforms. Others retained pilgrim robes, regimental fatigues, or the grey work cloths of manufacturum labourers. All had been stripped of armour. All had been marked with the rune of Khorne. Black Legion executioners moved along the ranks. Their chain blades remained silent. This killing required no roar of engines, no spectacle of combat. Each prisoner received a single cut beneath the jaw. The incisions were shallow enough to prolong the bleeding and deep enough to ensure that no mortal survived them. Blood entered the grooves. At first it moved in narrow threads. Then the channels filled. The 8 principal avenues darkened, carrying the combined blood of worlds toward the chamber's center. The victims prayed. Some called upon the Emperor. Some pleaded with distant saints. Some begged their killers. Some cursed until their voices weakened and their mouths filled with blood. The Black Legion listened without interest. A dark mechanicum adept watched the flow through clusters of mechanical eyes. Mechadendrites twitched around his hunched body, taking measurements from the widening pools. His robe had been stitched from flayed skin, and scraps of parchment hung from his augmetic spine, each inscribed with equations that changed whenever no one looked at them. "The geometry accepts the offering," he rasped. The statement passed through the chamber by vox. Legionaries withdrew to the walls. Mortal attendants dragged away prisoners whose blood had thickened too quickly. Fresh bodies were chained in their place, throats opened, and pressed face first over the channels. The final groove filled. Every lumen globe burst. Darkness seized the chamber. Then the blood began to boil. It did not heat from beneath. No furnace touched the deck. No plasma conduit ruptured. The blood boiled because something on the other side of existence had become aware of it. A pulse struck the launch deck. Eardrums burst along the prisoner lines. Men toppled against their chains, clutching at the sides of their heads while blood spilled between their fingers. Teeth loosened in their gums. Eyes ruptured. A deck serf collapsed and began vomiting grey fragments of his own inner ear. A second pulse followed. Weapons discharged without hands touching them. Bolters fired into the ceiling. A chain axe awoke against its owner's thigh, its teeth chewing through armor before the warrior ripped the weapon free. Autoguns carried by mortal cultists emptied themselves into the chained victims. A plasma pistol screamed as its containment field failed, reducing its bearer and 3 nearby men to steaming silhouettes fused against the wall. The blood at the center of the chamber rose. It gathered itself into a column. Bone pushed through it. Horn followed bone. Plates of blackened iron forced themselves into existence, each piece emerging red-hot before cooling beneath sheets of flowing gore. Something immense unfolded within the chamber. No mortal eye perceived the same shape. One slave saw a giant with the skull of a brass bull, crowned by antlers upon which impaled armies still screamed. Another saw a knight without skin, armored in the skulls of defeated kings. A black legionary saw a mountain of muscle and iron, its veins filled with furnace light. The dark mechanicum adept saw only weapon systems, impossible ratios of leverage and mass, every component designed for the termination of life. All of them were correct. None of them saw Talamin entire. His shape would not remain still long enough to become truth. Horn became blade. Blade became finger. Armor opened like a jaw and closed again over organs that burned brighter than reactor cores. His wings were sometimes membranes of smoke and sometimes banners of flayed skin stretching across half the chamber. His face shifted beneath a crown of iron, passing from bestial muzzle to helm, from helm to exposed skull, from skull to a furnace door filled with grinding teeth. The chains holding the prisoners snapped. Talamin inhaled. Hundreds of bodies left the deck at once. They flew toward him through the darkness, breaking against his armor. Bones burst, skulls flattened. Flesh became a red mist that vanished into the gaps of his form. The demon prince roared. The brass walls bent outward. Bulkheads ruptured through 3 adjacent decks. The launch chamber's void seals buckled. Legionaries locked their armor to the deck as the pressure wave struck them. Mortals were hurled across the chamber, their bodies tearing apart against gun racks and altar spikes. Talamin stood within the 8-fold mark, drenched in the blood that had given him passage. The dark mechanicum adept lowered himself on jointed limbs. "Prince of Princes," he intoned. Talamin turned. The adept ceased to exist. One moment he knelt. The next, the space where he had been contained only, sparks, torn robes, and a stain stretching to the wall. Talamin's laughter shook the vessel's corpse. "Who calls me?" The words did not pass through air alone. They entered through scars, implants, and memories. Every warrior heard them in the voice of the strongest enemy he had ever feared. No one answered. The armored doors at the far end of the chamber opened. Abaddon entered alone. He wore the black and gold of the legion he had forged from defeat. The talon of Horus rested at his side, its curved blades wet with sacramental oils. Drachanion hung opposite, the demon sword whispering into the chamber with a hatred quieter and older than Talamin's rage. The Warmaster neither bowed nor raised his weapons. He walked through blood deep enough to cover his boots and stopped beyond the edge of the summoning mark. Talamin leaned forward. The movement brought his face closer, but not smaller. Space bent around him. The brass deck groaned beneath weight that could not exist in material law. Crawl. Abaddon looked up at the demon. Talamin's breath washed over him like the discharge from a furnace. It carried the reek of butchered worlds, scorched iron, and the blood of warriors killed while begging for another chance to fight. Crawl, son of Horus. Kneel before the Prince of Princes. Abaddon smiled. It was not a broad smile. There was no mirth in it. The slight movement of his scarred mouth carried more contempt than laughter could have held. "A prince who demands recognition," he said, "has not yet earned it." The chamber became still. Talamin's form swelled. Horns scraped the ceiling. Furnace light poured through cracks in his armor. The blood around his feet lifted in trembling droplets. Every black legionary along the walls brought a weapon to readiness. Abaddon did not move. Talamin lowered one vast hand. Each claw changed shape as it descended, becoming talons, hooks, and axe heads. The hand stopped above the War Master. "You speak as though you command me. I speak as one who has brought you an offering. You brought me carrion." Abaddon glanced toward the thousands of ruined bodies. An opening taste. Talamin's hand withdrew. The demon prince's outline contracted, though the air remained distorted around him. "What blood do you offer?" "The blood of the Adeptus Astartes." Talamin's furnace heart struck once. The pulse shattered the few lumen housings that remained intact. Abaddon continued. "The blood of common men is thin. It carries fear, hunger, and wasted years. The blood of the Legiones Astartes is different. Their bodies were shaped by the Emperor's craft. Their organs were remade for war. Their spirits have been tempered through centuries of violence." Talamin listened. The diamond's attention pressed against Abaddon like a physical force. "They are weapons made from the corpse god's design," the War Master said. "Every drop carries the inheritance of conquest. Every skull contains the residue of battles survived and enemies broken." Talamin's armor opened along his chest. Within it burned a pit of red fire, and within that fire countless warriors fought, died, and rose to fight again. "You have tasted such blood before," Abaddon said. "Never in the measure I offer." "How much?" "Enough to drown a world." Talamin raised his head. The chamber dissolved around him. For an instant, every mortal present saw what the demon imagined. The eye of terror beneath Talamin's feet. Rival demon princes crawling through oceans of their own blood. Brass towers built from the bones of Astartes. The skulls of champions stacked to the height of mountains. Talamin rising above them all, no longer merely a prince, no longer one among the Neverborn, but a power before whom entire warbands would offer themselves. The vision ended. Several cultists had torn out their own eyes. "Where?" Abaddon extended the talon. A hololithic projector embedded within one claw awakened. Green fire spread across the air, building the Cadian gate from layers of tactical light. Fortress worlds formed around the warp approaches. Minefields glittered. Defense platforms became points of cold radiance. Cadia burned at the center. Talamin stared at it. "The gate," Abaddon said. "The Imperium's throat. I will break it. Perhaps." The demon looked down at him. "You doubt me." "I understand, Cadia." Abaddon expanded the image. Roots appeared, reaching from the fortress world toward distant sectors. "Attack the gate and the Imperium will answer. Its regiments will march. Its fleets will gather. Its gene sons will come in their heraldry, carrying relic blades and 10,000 years of inherited pride." Talamin's jaws opened. Blood ran between his teeth. "They will seek you," Abaddon said. "They will challenge you. They will feed you. Then send me. You are not mine to send." The answer pleased the demon more than submission would have. Talamin struck his own breastplate. The impact rolled across the chamber and forced mortals to their knees. "I will go. I will tear their gate from the stars. I will drink the blood of their angels and wear their bones as a crown." Abaddon closed the hololithic image. Then take Cadia. The host of Talamin began to form before the demon prince left the chamber. Reality thinned around the captured vessel. Shapes pressed through the walls. Blood letters emerged from shadows and wounds, dragging hellblades that screamed for slaughter. They formed ranks across the launch decks, with a discipline more terrible than frenzy. Their horned heads turned toward their prince. Fleshhounds prowled within cages, inscribed with warding runes. Brass collars dug into their necks. Their tongues tasted the air, searching for the scent of psychers and transhuman blood. Whenever one lunged against the bars, the runes flared and scorched its hide. The pain made the creature stronger. Juggernauts were led from furnace vaults. The demon beasts struck their brass horns against bulkheads, crumpling armor plating with every impact. Mortal handlers were dragged beneath iron hooves. Their bodies burst without slowing the beasts. Across the fleet, cult armies armed themselves. Men cut the symbols of Khorne into their chests. They used chain blades, broken glass, and heated knives. Blood ran across hangar decks, while priests with copper masks hammered nails through the palms of those who hesitated. Corrupted warships awakened. Their prows bore fanged maws cut into armor. Macro cannon batteries loaded shells packed with chains, bone fragments, and screaming prisoners. Vox arrays powered beyond safe tolerances, broadcasting challenges across every frequency that still reached the Cadian gate. The messages contained no demands. They promised only blood. Talamin strode through the mustering fleet as though ships were stepping stones. His material form crossed impossible distances, appearing in hangars, engine shrines, and void-exposed gun decks. Wherever he passed, weapons awoke, and crews descended into murder. Abaddon watched from the command dais of the vengeful spirit. The Cadian approaches glowed upon the Strategium's hololith. Around them, Black Legion signal vessels moved into assigned positions. They carried no grand weapons and no banners. Their purpose was quieter. They would shape the Imperium's knowledge. Some distress calls would escape intact. Others would vanish. Reports describing Talamin's strength would be amplified. Messages concerning secondary fleet movements would be corrupted or delayed. Reinforcement routes would appear clear where the War Master required them open and impassable, where he required Imperial ships to turn aside. Talamin possessed freedom to kill. Abaddon retained control over who would hear the screams. The Demon Prince entered the Strategium without passing through its doors. Brass and furnace light erupted from the deck, and his changing form rose amid the tactical displays. "You hide behind signals," Talamin said. His voice had diminished from a roar to something worse, a grinding murmur heard inside the teeth. "You shape words while I shape history. Words move armies. Blood moves the universe. Blood is a currency." Talamin's head tilted. Abaddon gestured toward Cadia. "It has value only when spent." The Demon Prince's laughter filled the chamber with the sound of collapsing fortresses. "You speak of war as a merchant speaks of grain. This is why your kind failed. You measure, you bargain, you preserve. And you squander." Talamin's claws scored molten lines across the deck. "Bloodshed is truth. Bloodshed without purpose is noise. Coward." The Black Legionaries surrounding, the Strategium froze. No warrior spoke that word to Abaddon and remained whole. The War Master regarded Talamin without anger. Only fools confuse spectacle with victory. For a moment, the two powers faced one another across the hololith. Talamin, who believed existence justified itself through slaughter. Abaddon, who believed slaughter justified itself only through conquest. Then the demon prince laughed again. "Watch, son of Horus, watch me make your purpose small." His manifestation broke apart into horn, flame, and blood. The fragments vanished into the deck. A Black Legion officer approached only after the last tremor faded. "We should bind him," the warrior said. "The sorcerers can anchor his essence to the fleet. A chain upon the Neverborn would ensure obedience." Abaddon looked toward the armada assembling beyond the viewports. Cornete vessels clustered around the captured ship. Demon engines crawled across their hulls. Warp storms coiled around the fleet, red lightning striking from vessel to vessel without damaging them. "No," the officer hesitated. "He may turn upon us." "He will." "Then why allow him freedom?" Abaddon watched Talamin's flagship ignite its drives. The vessel had once served the Imperial Navy. Now its hull was wrapped in chains from which entire regiments hung by their feet. "An enraged beast pulls harder against a visible chain," the War Master said. "A proud beast needs no chain." The officer followed his gaze. Abaddon closed the talon into a fist. "Place a crown before it, and it will go wherever you wish." The host of Talamin launched. Warp storms opened around the armada like the petals of a carnivorous flower. Ships entered the Immaterium without ordered translation, their Geller fields flickering or absent. Demons clawed through thinning reality, clinging to hulls and forcing themselves through gun ports. Mortal crews died at their stations while their corpses continued operating the controls. Talamin stood upon the prow of his chosen vessel. His roar entered the warp. Across the Cadian gate, astropaths collapsed within their choirs. Men clawed out their eyes. Others tore open their throats to silence the laughter sounding from inside their skulls. Psychic relay stations burned as Talamin's exaltation traveled ahead of the fleet. The armada vanished into the storm. Its departure left the void wounded. Abaddon remained upon the Strategium dais long after the last Cornate vessel disappeared. The principal Black Legion commanders waited below, expecting the order to follow. The War Master looked instead toward a second fleet. It held position beyond the range of ordinary augers. Its reactors were cold. Its weapon batteries remained unpowered. No challenge rolled from its vox arrays. No demon prince proclaimed its purpose. Its ships waited in absolute darkness. Abaddon lowered the talon. "Maintain silence," he ordered. "No drives, no signals, no prayers." The hidden fleet obeyed. Cadia would see the coming storm. Gerstahl would not. The first warning came from the dead. Within the astropathic sanctum of Kasserholm, the choir began to scream before the augur stations registered any hostile translation. 43 psychers sat chained into their iron thrones beneath a dome of black glass, their shaven skulls crowned with copper induction needles and wax-sealed prayer strips. Incense hung thick between them. Servo skulls drifted through the vapor, clicking litanies of focus into ears already ruined by decades of voices from the Immaterium. The youngest astropath stiffened. His back arched until vertebrae cracked beneath his robe. Blood ran from his nostrils in two thin streams. He opened his mouth to speak and instead vomited a clot of half-chewed meat large enough to choke him. It struck the deck, twitching like a newborn organ. The others followed. Men convulsed against their restraints. Some tore their wrists open on the manacles. Others bit through their tongues and sprayed the altar steps with blood. One astropath clawed out both eyes, screaming that something brass-colored was forcing itself through the stars. The choir master activated the emergency vox. "Contact," he gasped. "Hostile warp manifestation. Cadian approach, outer vigil arc." magnitude unknown. The warning traveled less than a heartbeat before every lumen in the sanctum turned red. A voice laughed through the vox. The sound had no source. It emerged from the brass grill, from the cogitator banks, from the mouths of the screaming astropaths. The choirmaster heard it inside the sockets of his teeth. He reached for the sanctum's kill switch. The first astropath exploded before his hand found it. Bone fragments struck the walls. Wet organs slapped against the black glass overhead. The second man burst through the abdomen, spilling coils of steaming intestine across the lap of the psyker chained beside him. The laughter continued as the sanctum became a chamber of ruptured flesh and overturned thrones. Far beyond Cadia's atmosphere, listening posts began to die. Station Kappa lost contact after transmitting 6 words: brass vessels, impossible vector, Emperor preserve. The signal ended in static. Station Vaughan reported warp distortion across 3 approach lanes simultaneously. Its augur officer insisted the enemy fleet was emerging from directions that did not exist within material geometry. Then, every crewman aboard began firing his weapon at the bulkheads. When patrol craft reached the station, they found the command deck lined with bodies nailed to the walls by their own bayonets. The patrol vessel, Unbroken Vigil, sighted the first cruiser. Its captain had faced raiders from the eye before. He knew the silhouettes of traitor vessels, the corrupted architecture of their hulls, the swollen gun decks and barbed prows. What emerged before him resembled no ship built by human hands, although fragments of imperial manufacture remained beneath its mutations. The cruiser entered real space sideways. Warp flame covered its hull. Towers of brass rose from its dorsal spine. Chains stretched from its prow, each link bearing a corpse in void-frozen armor. Its drives burned the color of arterial blood. The Unbroken Vigil transmitted a partial identification. The enemy cruiser vanished. It reappeared inside the patrol vessel's void shields. The 2 ships touched. The contact lasted less than a second. The Unbroken Vigil folded around the enemy prow, hull plates crumpling inward, as though an unseen fist had closed upon them. Air and men erupted through widening fractures. The bridge split from ceiling to deck. The captain remained strapped to his command throne, while the front half of his body was pulled into vacuum through a crack no wider than his arm. His legs continued kicking after his torso was gone. The host of Talamin entered the Cadian gate behind the brass cruiser. The void became war. Imperial defense monitors fired first. Torpedoes crossed the darkness in disciplined salvos, their drives igniting one after another until the approach lanes burned with cold blue light. Lance batteries followed, stabbing through the formations of corrupted warships. Macro cannon broadsides hurled shells the size of hab blocks into the oncoming fleet. A traitor frigate disappeared inside the impact of 3 torpedoes. Its prow broke away. The remainder of the vessel rotated through its own atmosphere, spilling bodies, gun carriages and molten machinery into space. Another cruiser lost its dorsal batteries beneath a lance strike. The beam cut through armor, decks and crew quarters, opening the vessel from spine to keel. Thousands of men vanished into the void in a cloud of frozen blood. The host did not slow. Its ships returned fire while still wrapped in the storms of translation. Corrupted macro shells struck Imperial defense platforms and burst inside their armor, releasing demonic fire that ran against gravity. Lance beams carved through patrol squadrons. Boarding torpedoes flew between drifting wreckage, engines flaring as they threaded gaps too narrow for mortal pilots. Assault craft screamed across the debris fields. Some carried legionaries and cult soldiers. Others contained only cages of flesh hounds, shrines of bleeding bronze, or prisoners nailed around unstable warp cores. They flew through the remains of both fleets, striking capital ships, orbital bastions and defense monitors with no concern for survival. Cadia answered before the scale of the assault was understood. Mobilization sirens woke the Khazars. Armor depots unsealed beneath rockcrete fields. Lehman Russ engines coughed black fumes into underground vaults while crews climbed into their stations. Basilisk batteries rolled from revetments. Hydra platforms elevated their autocannons towards skies not yet breached. Troop trains departed before their manifests were complete. Regiments stood packed inside armoured carriages, lasguns held between their knees, while officers received fragmentary orders through overloaded Vox channels. Munitorum clerks stamped deployment seals onto crates, even as servitors dragged them aboard moving transports. Cadia had no civilian peace to shatter. Every road approached a bunker. Every hab block possessed firing ports. Every stretch of open ground lay beneath the range of artillery already measured, marked and entered into cogitator memory. Trenches extended beyond the horizon. Redoubts overlapped one another. Minefields waited beneath fields where children had been forbidden to walk since birth. Gun crews loaded Earthshaker shells without knowing what had entered the system. They knew only that Cadia had been attacked. That was enough. The first ruptures appeared above the western defense belt. The sky opened like flesh under a knife. Black wounds split the cloud cover. Red light poured through them. Blood letters stepped from the tiers in ranks, their horned bodies steaming as they entered real space. Hellblades dragged behind them, cutting glowing furrows through soil and rockcrete. Heavy bolters opened fire. Mass reactive shells tore demons apart. Horns spun away. Torsos burst into black ichor and burning fragments. The first rank collapsed beneath the barrage. The second rank climbed over it. A chimera troop carrier struck a hidden ripple in reality and burst into warp flame. The crew screamed inside the hull. Hands beat against the rear hatch. When it opened, no men emerged. Flesh hounds came out instead. They forced themselves through the burning bodies, dragging entrails behind them. Brass collars glowed around their necks. Their noses lifted toward the scent of fear before they charged the nearest command trench. The Cadians fired by section. Las bolts struck the hounds in disciplined volleys, burning holes through muscle and exposing blackened bone. The beasts crossed the trench regardless. One landed among the infantry and bit a sergeant through the waist. Its jaws met inside his abdomen. His upper body fell against the creature's neck while his legs remained standing for a moment before toppling separately. Brass cavalry followed. Juggernauts thundered through artillery smoke, iron hooves crushing mines into premature detonations. The explosions tore chunks from their bodies, but did not slow them. Riders raised axes above their horned heads and struck the trench line with enough force to collapse entire firing bays. Then Talamin descended. He did not arrive in a transport. He was not carried by wings. The sky bent toward the battlefield. Clouds spiraled around a point of furnace light. Air ignited. Men looked upward and saw different shapes falling toward them. A burning mountain, a horned king, an armored giant wrapped in chains made from screaming bodies. Talamin struck the ground. The impact flattened the nearest fortifications. Rockcrete walls collapsed inward. Heavy weapon emplacements vanished beneath the pressure wave. Soldiers within sealed bunkers were liquefied where they stood, their flesh driven through armor joints and vision slits in red streams. A Lehman Russ lifted from the earth, turned over in the air, and landed upon its turret, with the crew still alive inside. Talamine rose from the crater. The battlefield entered him through every sense. He heard heartbeats beneath bunker roofs, thousands of them, fast, fragile, beating against ribs as though the flesh sought escape. He smelled fuel, gun oil, promethium, open bowels and the copper heat of blood. Beneath those lesser scents lay something stronger and more distant. Gene-crafted blood, not yet present, but approaching across the void. The promise. Talamine opened his jaws and tasted the fear carried through the warp. It was bitter where discipline suppressed it, sweet where men had surrendered to panic, richest of all where courage forced terrified soldiers to remain at their posts. Las fire struck him. Red beams crossed his body. Some vanished against armor. Others stripped away flesh, opening channels of furnace light beneath. A Lascanon shot removed half his shoulder in a burst of molten iron. Talamine laughed. Men died around him. Every death fed the wound. The blood running from open throats rose from the ground in thin streams and entered him. Broken armor, reformed. Muscle knitted itself from smoke and burning gore. The missing shoulder grew again, larger than before, plated in black iron and crowned with a new horn. The Cadians attempted containment. Leman Russ squadrons advanced by platoon through prepared lanes. Battle cannons fired in sequence, the recoil rocking 60-ton hulls upon their tracks. Shells struck Talamine's host and threw demons into the air in fragments. Basilisk batteries fired from beyond the horizon. Earthshaker rounds descended with shrieks that overwhelmed the Vox. Entire formations of bloodletters vanished beneath columns of fire and soil. Men in the forward trenches were killed by the same blasts, their bodies reduced to red mist against the interior walls. No order came to withdraw. The infantry continued firing. Heavy bolter nests channeled demons between lines of wire and anti-personnel mines. Plasma guns burned through juggernauts. Missile teams struck fleshhounds at ranges close enough to coat the firers in steaming ichor. A demon reached one emplacement and swept its hellblade across the crew. The first gunner's skull opened from jaw to crown. The second man lost both arms and remained upright, staring at the blood pumping from his shoulders. The loader tried to turn the weapon before another blow split his chest and scattered both lungs across the ammunition crates. The heavy bolter continued firing on its motorized mount until a Cadian from the reserve trench climbed over the corpses and seized the grips. Containment held. For several minutes, the killing ground worked as designed. Then, Talamine reached the armor line. A Leman Russ fired at him from point-blank range. The battle cannon shell struck his chest and detonated. Flame engulfed the demon prince. The tank crew shouted through the intercom, believing they had killed him. A claw emerged from the smoke. Talamine gripped the tank by its glacis plate and lifted it. Tracks turned uselessly in the air. The hull groaned. Men screamed inside as ammunition racks tore loose and rolled across the fighting compartment. Talamine overturned the tank and drove it turret first into the ground. The commander's cupola collapsed. His skull burst against the vision block. The loader fell onto the breech of the main gun and broke his spine. The driver remained trapped beneath them, drowning as blood filled the inverted hull. Talamine tore the turret free. The tank commander's body came with it, still caught in the collapsed hatch. His lower torso remained inside the vehicle. Intestines stretched between corpse and hull until they snapped, slapping wetly against the armor. Talamine hurled the turret through another Leman Russ. It struck the side plate, crushed the sponson and gunner, and ruptured the fuel lines. Promethium flooded the crew compartment. A spark from the damaged traverse motor ignited it. The tank became a furnace. Men inside hammered against locked hatches, while their uniforms burned into their skin. One crewman forced himself halfway through the commander's cupola before the ammunition cooked off. The blast launched his flaming torso across the battlefield without his legs. Talamin entered the formation. His weapon changed in his grasp, becoming axe, blade, and hooked cleaver between blows. He drove it through a tank's frontal armor. The point entered the driver's chest, continued through the fighting compartment, and pinned the gunner to the engine housing. Talamin pulled the weapon free. The pressure change dragged blood, organs, and strips of uniform through the puncture in the hull. They sprayed across his armor. The Cadian line began to bend. From the darkness beyond the gate, Abaddon watched numbers change. He stood within the hidden fleet strategium, surrounded by tactical projections and streams of intercepted Vox traffic. Talamin's advance appeared as a spreading stain of red runes across Cadia's western defense belt. The War Master did not study the ground gained. He studied response time. A battle group altered course from the Bellis Corona approaches. 2 reserve flotillas detached from patrol patterns. Munitorum convoys received redirection orders. Astropathic relays repeated Cadia's call for aid across Segmentum Obscurus. Another display showed routes elsewhere becoming thin. Gerstahl's region dimmed as escort vessels were called toward the gate. Abaddon watched without expression. "How long?" he asked. A signal adept bowed over his console. "The first major reinforcement group will reach Cadian space within days, War Master. Lesser formations sooner." "And the shrine routes?" Opening. Abaddon turned toward a smaller hololith. The Black Legion signal vessels were already at work. Infiltrators hidden within corrupted relay stations allowed selected distress calls to pass untouched. Reports of Talamin's size were repeated. Accounts of demonic landings were magnified. Surviving Pict captures showed the Prince overturning battle tanks and walking through artillery fire. One transmission described the Western Belt as minutes from collapse. It was false. Another claimed Talamin's host outnumbered the defenders beyond calculation. Also false. The truth did not matter. It only needed to be terrible enough to move armies. Other signals disappeared. A merchant vessel beyond Gerstahl reported unidentified drive signatures and then transmitted a correction claiming auger malfunction. The correction had been written aboard a Black Legion signal ship. A shrine patrol noted distant vessels running dark. Its message reached the wrong relay, was marked secure and buried beneath Cadian casualty reports. The Imperium saw only the war Abaddon had chosen for it. On Cadia, Talamin lifted his face toward the stars. The distant presence had strengthened. Gene seed, ancient oaths, armor sanctified by brotherhood and hatred. The blood of the Adeptus Astartes moved through the void toward him. The promise was becoming flesh. Across 12 separate routes, transponder groups altered course. Strike cruisers turned their prows toward Cadia. Battle barges increased reactor output. Astropathic choirs received sealed commands. Within armories and arming chapels, warriors descended from gene-forged lineages prepared bolters, relic blades, and warplate. Talamin felt them coming through the warp. He stood amid burning tanks and mountains of opened men, his changing armor dripping with blood. Around him, Cadian guns continued to fire, and demons continued to die. The Prince of Princes laughed. The sound rolled across the battlefield, entered the astropathic currents, and shook the souls of men who had not yet seen him. Abaddon had spoken truth. The Emperor's angels were coming to feed him. By the end of the second day, there was no longer a Western defense belt. There was only war. The breach around Talamine's impact crater had widened until hundreds of kilometers of Cadian fortification burned beneath the same black sky. Trench lines that had been designed to contain armored armies now twisted through fields of corpses. Redoubts vanished beneath columns of smoke. Entire defense sectors fought without knowing whether the formations on either flank still existed. Orbital combat stained the heavens. The upper atmosphere pulsed with distant lance fire. Burning transports descended in pieces, dragging trails of wreckage through the cloud cover. Some struck the planet with enough force to flatten Hab districts. Others broke apart overhead, raining armor plates, corpses, and unexploded munitions upon the armies below. Night and day had become meaningless. Smoke swallowed the sun. Fires cast their own dawns across the horizon. Searchlights probed through ash thick enough to abrade exposed skin from a man's face. Cadian guns did not cease. When barrels warped, they were replaced. When crews died, infantrymen were pulled from nearby trenches and ordered to load. When ammunition lifts jammed, shells were hauled by hand until men collapsed beneath their weight. Every Casa received the same command: hold. The Turonian 1st Regiment entered the Western Theatre through a corridor already under bombardment. Its troop columns advanced beneath a ceiling of Hydra fire, their transports moving in staggered formation through craters filled with rainwater, blood, and pieces of men. The regiment had been held as a mobile reserve, its armor and infantry intended to seal whatever breach threatened the wider line. The breach awaiting them was no longer a gap in the defenses. It was a mouth. The Turonian colonel stood within the command chimera, one hand braced against the vibrating hull, while tactical runes crawled across a cracked slate. Reports reached him through 3 Vox nets, none of which agreed. One claimed the demon host had been checked. Another claimed the western Casas were already encircled. The third contained only screaming and the wet percussion of something striking flesh. "Confirm the line," he ordered. The Vox officer pressed one hand against his headset. "No confirmation from the forward command post, Colonel." "Secondary post." "Silent." "Artillery liaison?" "Still transmitting." The colonel leaned toward the Vox grill. "Tell them the Turonians are taking the breach. I want every registered coordinate east of our advance marked for immediate fire." The officer hesitated. "Our own units may still be in those positions." "They are not answering." "Sir, if they begin answering after the shells land, we shall apologize." The order traveled. Beyond the horizon, Basilisk batteries elevated their Earthshaker cannon. Breaches opened. Loaders drove shells into smoking chambers, while gun priests struck armor housings with consecrated hammers. The first barrage departed. Manticores fired seconds later. Storm Eagle rockets tore upward in clusters, vanished into the black cloud, and descended upon target zones no living observer could see. The horizon flashed. Delayed thunder rolled across the Turonian column. The regiment continued forward. Baneblades led the counterattack. The super-heavy tanks moved through the smoke like mobile fortresses. Demolisher cannon and heavy bolter arrays tracking independently across the ruins. Their battle cannon fired with concussions, felt through the bones of men marching behind them. Lehman Russ companies followed in echelon. Battle tanks formed the center. Demolishers moved closer to the broken trench works, their short-barreled cannon firing into concentrations of demons at ranges where exploding bodies struck the hulls. Infantry advanced between the armor lanes. Platoons moved by bounds beneath autocannon and mortar cover. Sergeants drove men forward with shouted orders and drawn chains words. Heavy weapon teams established firing points in shell holes, assembled tripods amid severed limbs, and began shooting before their loaders had found cover. Above them, Hydra batteries filled the air with tracer fire. Autocannon rounds cut through smoke and burning debris. Demonic winged shapes came apart overhead, pieces of black flesh and molten iron falling among the Cadian ranks. The Tyronians reached the first surviving trench line. They found no survivors. Bodies filled the firing steps. Some had been cut into sections so cleanly that the halves still rested beside one another. Others had been dragged against the walls and opened from throat to groin. Their organs hung upon the sandbags in steaming loops. A commissar remained standing near the command dugout. His lower jaw was missing. One arm had been torn from the shoulder. His bolt pistol was empty. He had been impaled against a vox mast by a bloodletter's blade. The demon was still there. Las bolts had opened its chest from collar to hip, exposing a furnace-red cavity where mortal organs should have been. Half its skull was gone. It remained upright, one claw locked around the weapon embedded through the dead commissar. A Tyronian sergeant fired twice into its head. The first shot burned through horn. The second entered the eye socket. The bloodletter pulled its blade free and charged. The sergeant met it with a chainsword. The rotating teeth struck the demon's hellblade and spat sparks across both combatants. The bloodletter twisted its weapon, tore the chainsword from the sergeant's grip, and split him from shoulder to pelvis. His ribs opened outward. His heart struck the trench wall. The Tyronians fired as one. Las beams converged upon the demon until its body came apart in burning strips. Its legs continued running for several paces before collapsing beside the sergeant's remains. "Advance!" shouted the platoon officer. No one looked at the dead. They crossed the trench and moved toward the next line. Demonic warfare punished every instinct men had learned from mortal enemies. A bloodletter did not always fall when its body was destroyed. Sometimes rage held the pieces together. Sometimes a torso crawled through the mud, dragging its own entrails while one remaining arm swung a blade. Fleshhounds did not require doors. They tracked officers through sealed bunkers by the scent of authority, fear, and psychic command. One pack ran along the exterior wall of a subterranean command post, claws gouging molten furrows through rockcrete. The beasts vanished into the stone and emerged inside. The command staff had time for one vox transmission. "Contact within!" The channel filled with snarling. When infantry cut through the bunker doors, they found officers and signalmen compressed into the corners. Men had died trying to climb through one another. A general's torso rested beneath a plotting table, his legs missing, his rank insignia bitten from his collar. The fleshhounds were gone. They had left no exit wounds in the walls. Tank crews suffered worse. Armor was supposed to mean protection. Ceramite, plasteel, and adamantium separated men from the battlefield. Hatches sealed. Filters purified the air. Internal weapons racks and fire suppression systems transformed the fighting compartment into a steel sanctuary. Until fear entered first. Within one Lehman Russ, the loader heard claws scratching behind the ammunition rack. The driver heard breathing beneath his seat. The commander saw a horned reflection in every vision block, although no demon stood outside. "Hold course!" he ordered. The loader began praying. The scratching grew louder. "Stop that," said the gunner. The loader looked toward him. His mouth was moving, but the prayer came from inside the hull. The commander reached for the intercom. Something unfolded behind him. The demon had no room to stand. yet it filled the fighting compartment. Horns scraped the turret roof. A hellblade passed through the loader and the shell he was carrying. The man opened from sternum to groin, and the round fell into his exposed abdomen. The gunner tried to turn. The demon struck again. His head burst against the gun sight. Bone and brain matter sprayed over the commander's face. The driver heard the screaming through the bulkhead. He attempted to open his hatch. A claw closed around his ankle. The tank left formation, turned across the advance lane, and drove into a minefield. The detonation tore off one track. Inside the immobilized hull, the demon continued killing long after the crew stopped screaming. Talamin heard all of it, every heartbeat, every shouted order, every last breath forced through blood-filled lungs. He moved toward the Tyronian line through artillery fire. Earthshaker shells burst around him. Soil, flesh, and broken armor rose in geysers. His left arm vanished beneath a direct strike, reduced to fragments of furnace-lit bone. 300 men died in the same blast. Their blood entered him. The arm reformed before the smoke cleared. Talamin smelled the Tyronians before he saw them. They possessed the same mortal frailty as the Cadians, but their fear carried a different flavor. Less familiar with the fortress world, less prepared for the impossible terrain, yet hardened by the knowledge that retreat would condemn every formation behind them. Their colonel ordered the Baneblades forward. The super-heavy tanks emerged from the smoke in a line. Main guns elevated. Sponson weapons opened fire. Shells struck Talamin's chest, thighs, and changing face. Lascanon beams drilled through armor. Heavy bolter rounds burst against muscle that became iron and iron that became horn. Talamin staggered. The Tyronians cheered over the Vox. Then the demon prince laughed. He crossed the remaining distance in 3 strides. His weapon became a blade broad enough to sever a tank. It swept through the forward trench. Men, sandbags, weapon mounts, and rockcrete vanished into the stroke. Those struck directly ceased to resemble bodies. Torsos burst into flattened sheets of flesh. Skulls became red spray. Limbs spun through the air, still clutching rifles. Men standing several ranks behind were blinded by fragments of bone. One soldier clawed at his face after half a jaw struck his eyes. Another inhaled atomized blood and began choking while firing blindly into the smoke. Talamin reached the first Baneblade. The tank's demolisher cannon fired. The shell detonated against the demon prince's abdomen. The blast opened him from hip to chest, revealing a furnace packed with screaming shapes. He drove his blade through the Baneblade's glacis plate. The weapon passed through the driver, the communications compartment, and the lower ammunition racks. Talamin twisted it. The front of the super-heavy tank peeled apart. Crewmen spilled from the opened hull. One remained strapped to his seat. Intestines wrapped around the command cogitator. Another fell beneath the track as the tank rolled forward, his armor and body crushed into paste between steel and broken stone. The ammunition detonated. The Baneblade's turret lifted from its ring. Fire erupted from every hatch. A shockwave flattened nearby infantry and threw a Lehman Russ onto its side. Talamin emerged from the burning wreck. His wounds had closed. "More!" he roared. The word rolled across the battlefield. "Give me more," the host answered. Bloodletters poured through gaps in the Tyronian formation. Juggernauts struck infantry lines already disordered by Talamin's attack. Fleshhounds leapt onto moving tanks and tore commanders from open cupolas. The regiment attempted to reform. Officers established secondary lines. Sergeants collected isolated squads. Heavy bolter teams fired until barrels glowed. Mortar sections dropped rounds onto positions close enough for the blast waves to tear the helmets from friendly troops. The Tyronians did not break. They died in formation. That pleased Khorne. The distinction between loyal blood and traitor blood did not exist within the mind of the blood god. A cultist's severed head was tribute. A Cadian officer's execution was tribute. A demon torn apart beneath artillery was tribute. Every necessary act of imperial violence strengthened the thing the Imperium fought. Basilisk batteries fired into overrun trenches. Men still alive beneath the demons heard the incoming shells and understood what their commanders had chosen. Some continued shooting. Others pressed grenades against their chests and waited. The Earthshaker rounds landed. Trenches disappeared. Blood and soil rose together, and the warp opened wider. Commanders learned. Compassion became a vulnerability Cadia could not afford. Bunkers containing wounded men were sealed when fleshhounds entered their lower levels. Rockreach charges collapsed the access tunnels. Medici staff and patients hammered against the doors until the sound stopped. Armoured units trapped beyond the primary line received orders to hold their ground and transmit targeting data. Their coordinates were then passed to the manticores. Acceptable losses were calculated in thousands. A defence sector containing 9,000 men could be sacrificed to preserve a corridor supporting 40,000. A Casa gate could remain closed while retreating troops died outside it. A regiment without ammunition could be used to delay demons for the minutes required to establish another gun line. Cadia endured because it understood arithmetic without mercy. Abaddon's servants understood it as well. Black Legion infiltrators moved behind Talamin's advance in stolen uniforms and captured vehicles. They did not strengthen every attack. They shaped the battle. Certain retreat corridors remained open. Demons were redirected away from roads leading toward Imperial Vox stations. Survivors were allowed to flee with stories of Talamin walking through battle cannon fire, destroying Baneblades, and devouring entire regiments. Signal vessels collected their accounts. The best screams were isolated and repeated. Recordings of Tyronian troops dying beneath Talamin's weapon were transmitted toward the incoming Astartes fleets. The Vox carried frantic requests for orbital support, reports of broken defense belts, and claims that the Demon Prince could not be harmed by mortal weapons. Messages indicating that Cadian artillery had slowed him were delayed. Talamin's apparent invincibility was more valuable than his actual advance. The dead became too numerous to bury. Prometheum trenches were dug behind the surviving lines. Bodies were dragged into them by servitors and labor gangs. Uniforms, armor, limbs, and shattered weapons burned together. Black smoke carried human fat across the casas. Elsewhere, the corpses remained where they fell. Armored columns advanced over them. Tracks crushed rib cages, forced blood from mouths, and pressed men into the earth until flesh and mud became indistinguishable. Many millions were dead. More were dying. Talamin stood upon the wreck of a Baneblade and looked toward the distant casas. The approaches were carpeted with bodies. Cadian grey, Tyronian field colours, cultist rags, red demonic flesh already dissolving into smoke. The Prince of Princes raised his weapon. "A throne," he said. His voice entered every open Vox channel. A world built as a throne. Above him, the clouds flashed white. At first, the defenders mistook the light for another orbital strike. Then, shapes punched through the smoke. Dropcraft descended beneath burning contrails. Gunships followed, armor blackened by atmospheric entry. Defensive batteries altered their tracking solutions. Vox channels filled with authentication ciphers, carrying authority older than many Imperial worlds. Talamin tasted them. Gene seed. Oaths. The Emperor's craft bound into warrior flesh. The nearest guard sector was collapsing. One final assault would have opened the road toward the casa beyond it. Talamine could hear the hearts of its defenders. He could smell their exhaustion. He could end them before the new arrivals touched ground. He turned away. The demon host surged after him. Talamine abandoned the broken sector, the wounded regiment, and the road lying open before him. He followed the descending craft instead, every stride carrying him toward the promise Abaddon had placed before his eyes. The Emperor's angels had come. The crown waited ahead. The first strike cruiser entered the Cadian battlesphere with its void shields already burning. It came through the wreckage of an Imperial monitor station, prow armor blackened by lance fire, engines hammering hard enough to shake fragments from the dead vessels around it. Corrupted frigates turned to meet the newcomer. Their gun decks flashed. Macro shells crossed the void and burst against layered shields in spheres of blue-white light. The strike cruiser did not alter course. Its forward batteries answered. A traitor escort vanished beneath a concentrated lance strike. The beam entered through the prow and passed along the vessel's spine, cutting through command decks, magazines, and reactor housings. The ship opened like a carcass beneath a butcher's blade. Atmosphere vented in glittering clouds. Crewmen spun into the void amid molten armor and ruptured machinery. Other vessels followed. They arrived from separate vectors and under separate heraldry, their transponder ciphers declaring ancient jurisdictions, bloodlines, and oaths. Battle barges forced paths through the orbital conflict. Strike cruisers drove between burning defense platforms and corrupted hulks. Escorts formed attack screens around them, firing torpedoes into anything that tried to close. They did not arrive as one fleet. They arrived as 12 wars. Some bore armor the color of old bone. Others came in midnight blue, dull iron, deep green or red darkened almost to black. Chapter badges appeared and disappeared beneath impact scars, atmospheric flame and the filth of the void battle. One vessel displayed a mailed fist upon its battered flank. Another carried a winged blade. A third had lost so much of its heraldry that only fragments of white paint remained around the gouges cut by enemy fire. One force required no uncertainty. Its ships carried wolf-headed prows. Their armor was grey. The greatest among them broke through the traitor screen beneath a storm of torpedoes, its hull scored by claw marks large enough to cross entire decks. The vessel did not slow to trade broadsides. It drove into the opening created by its escorts and released its assault craft, while enemy fire still struck its void shields. Thunderhawks descended from the fleet. They punched into Cadia's poisoned atmosphere beneath the protection of fighter squadrons. Imperial interceptors screamed alongside them, wings shuddering under autocannon recoil as they tore apart demon-tainted attack craft. Enemy fighters came down in burning pieces. Their pilots continued laughing across the Vox after their cockpits had been destroyed. Below, surviving Imperial soldiers looked upward. The sky had been black for days. Smoke, ash, and the reflected glow of orbital war had hidden every star. Now fire crossed that darkness in disciplined formations. The first drop pods struck the Western theatre with the violence of kinetic bombardment. They came through cloud and tracer fire, retro-thrusters igniting moments before impact. Earth jumped beneath the Cadian lines. Trenches collapsed. Dead men rolled from firing steps. Armor-piercing flak burst around the descending pods, but the shells failed to turn them aside. One pod struck inside an overrun redoubt. Its impact crushed 3 bloodletters into the mud and threw others from their feet. Explosive bolts fired. The doors slammed down. Post-human warriors emerged directly into demonic fire. Their armor was pale beneath the blood splashed across it. Bolters rose as one. Mass reactive rounds struck the demons surrounding the pod, detonating within horned skulls and furnace-red torsos. The first warriors stepped over bodies, still dissolving into smoke. Their squad leader drew a sword burning with blue flame and pointed toward the nearest breach. No battle cry passed between them. They advanced. Another pod landed among the ruins of a tank company. Warriors in dark green armor deployed behind the wreckage, placing fire with measured precision. They did not pursue the demons that fled their opening volley. They built a kill zone, anchored it with overlapping bolter lanes, and began widening the ground under Imperial control. A third force landed too close to the enemy by any mortal calculation. Its warriors hit the ground already charging. Their heraldry had been half burned away during descent. Red armor showed beneath black soot. Chain blades awakened before the pod doors finished opening. They crashed into a formation of bloodletters, meeting hellblades with roaring teeth and armored fists. Then the space wolves descended. Their thunderhawks did not seek clear landing zones. They came in low through artillery smoke, assault cannon, and heavy bolters firing from their hulls. One gunship passed so close above the trenches that the pressure of its engines flattened men against the firing steps. Its ramp struck the ground before the craft stopped moving. Grey hunters came down at a run. They wore the grey plate of Fenris, its surfaces scarred by old wars and marked with personal trophies. Teeth and talismans hung from belts. Pelts moved over ceramite shoulders. Their armor carried pack markings, rather than the immaculate uniformity of parade ground warriors. They did not howl. They killed. Bolters fired from the shoulder as the grey hunters advanced. The pack moved with the practiced cohesion of predators that had fought beside one another for decades. They selected targets without visible command. Two warriors concentrated fire upon a juggernaut's forward joints, while a third destroyed its rider. The demon engine stumbled. A fourth space wolf placed a bolt through the underside of its jaw. The round exploded inside the brass skull. The beast collapsed. Blood claws came behind them, younger in the long measure of Astartes' lives and less willing to allow the enemy distance. They hurled themselves through a breach in the trench wall, bolt pistols firing until the range became too close for anything except blades. A bloodletter swung at the first warrior. The space wolf caught the hellblade upon his chainsword. The impact knocked him sideways. His pack brother struck the demon across the spine with a chain axe, opening it from shoulder to hip. Black ichor sprayed the trench. The wounded demon turned. The first blood claw drove his chainsword through its mouth. Teeth screamed against bone and brass. The blade emerged from the back of the creature's skull in a shower of burning fragments. "Too slow," the second warrior growled. "You struck it from behind." "It had a behind. I used it." They moved on before the demon finished dissolving. Long fangs occupied the shattered upper floors of a command bastion. The old warriors ignored the lesser creatures below. Their heavy weapons tracked larger prey moving through the smoke. A demon engine appeared between two wrecked bane blades. Its legs were shaped from pistons, chains, and fused bodies. A cannon grown from its torso discharged a clot of warp flame that consumed an infantry platoon. The long fangs fired. Lascanon beams struck the engine's hip assembly. A missile penetrated the open joint. The explosion tore one leg free. The machine fell sideways, crushing cult soldiers beneath its weight. A heavy bolter continued hammering its exposed core. "Still moving," said one of the long fangs. "Then you have not shot it enough." Their pack leader raised one clawed gauntlet. The Lascanons fired again. The demon engine came apart. Talamin felt the new arrivals before he reached them. Their blood possessed weight in the warp. The mortals of Cadia burned brightly in their terror and defiance, but their lives were brief sparks. The Adeptus Astartes were different. Each carried the compressed violence of gene-forged existence. Their bodies remembered generations of slaughter. Their armor contained relics, oaths, and the residual faith of those who had worn it before them. Talamin tasted their presence across the battlefield. The Prince of Princes abandoned the broken Tyronian sector entirely. Its surviving defenders watched his host turn away. Men who had prepared themselves to die saw bloodletters and brass cavalry surge after the demon prince toward the new landings. No cheer rose from the trenches. The Tyronians understood they had not been spared. They had merely ceased to matter. Across the Western Theatre, command channels overloaded with the demands of 12 chapters. Some accepted Cadian artillery coordination immediately. They requested firing grids, enemy concentrations, and zones clear enough for teleportation. Others transmitted only their landing coordinates and declared the ground around them under chapter authority. One force demanded that Talamin be contained while the defense lines were rebuilt. Another called containment cowardice and requested orbital sanction for a decapitation strike. A third refused both plans, insisting the demon host's summoning sites be destroyed before any direct confrontation. The Space Wolves joined the command council by Vox. Their image appeared upon a tactical display inside a Cadian bunker. The speaker wore grey armor and the pelt of a white-furred predator across one shoulder. His helm hung at his waist. His face was lined, scarred, and framed by iron-grey hair. A mortal general outlined the defensive situation. The Space Wolf listened until the general began explaining projected withdrawal corridors. "No," the Wolf Lord said. The general stopped. "My lord, the beast is hunting the strongest prey. Every line you abandon gives it more dead to feed upon. We cannot hold all sectors. Then stop pretending the sectors matter." An officer from another chapter entered the exchange. His voice was measured and cold. An immediate assault risks concentrating further casualties around the daemon. The Wolf Lord glanced toward the source of the transmission, then cut away what feeds it. "We require analysis. You have corpses enough for analysis. We require coordination between all chapter commands. You have it. Find the beast, break its ground, tear out its throat." The general leaned over the tactical table. "That is not a strategy." The Wolf Lord bared his teeth. "It is the part that kills him." The transmission ended. Imperfect coordination became movement. Disciplined chapters formed containment lines around the largest breaches. Others launched armored thrusts toward ritual sites identified by Cadian psychers. Assault squads descended upon the flanks of Talamin's host. Terminators teleported into positions ordinary soldiers had already marked as lost. They arrived inside a collapsed artillery bunker beneath the feet of the demon advance. White light filled the ruin. 5 armored giants appeared where no living man had stood seconds before. Their plate was grey, broader and heavier than that of the warriors fighting above. Wolfguard Terminators raised storm bolters beneath a rain of broken rockcrete. The bunker roof collapsed. Bloodletters fell with it. The Wolfguard fired upward. Bolt shells detonated through demonic torsos. One Terminator caught a descending Hellblade on his storm shield and drove the edge of the shield into the attacker's throat. The pack emerged through the ruin into the center of the enemy formation. An Imperial infantryman watched them from a shell hole. He had lost his rifle. One leg ended below the knee in torn cloth and splintered bone. He saw the Terminators advance into a mass of demons and understood, for the first time, what mankind had created when it had made the Adeptus Astartes. Not soldiers, answers. Talamin came for them. The demon prince crossed the battlefield beneath concentrated fire. Plasma struck his armor. Lascanon beams tore openings through his shifting form. His wounds drank the blood around him and closed. The first loyalist warrior to meet him wore blue-black armor beneath a tabard shredded by battle. His chapter badge had been destroyed by a glancing blow. He carried a power axe in both hands. Talamin's weapon descended. The Astartes moved before the strike landed, avoiding the edge by less than the width of a gauntlet. His axe bit into the diamond's thigh. Energy flared. Armor split. Talamin looked down. The warrior tore the axe free and struck again. The second blow opened furnace light beneath black iron. Talamin seized him. One claw closed around the Space Marine's torso. Ceramite buckled. The warrior fired his bolt pistol into Talamin's face until the weapon clicked empty. The demon prince squeezed. Armor cracked inward. The Astartes' ribs broke. One reinforced bone punctured his secondary heart. Blood forced itself through the seals around his gorget. Talamin lifted him toward his changing mouth. The loyalist drove the power axe into the demon's jaw. Talamin bit through him. Teeth closed around shoulder, chest, and upper arm. Ceramite shattered. The Astartes came apart inside his armor. Blood and pulped organs flooded Talamin's mouth, while the warrior's lower body struck the ground, still twitching. The effect was immediate. Warp fire erupted from Talamin's wounds. The power axe cut, vanished beneath new plates of brass. Horns extended from his crown. His shadow spread across the battlefield, and within it, mortal soldiers heard the sound of axes striking execution blocks. Talamin drank again from the broken armor. Strength entered him, not merely through the blood, through expectation. Abaddon had promised ascension. Talamin had believed him. The massacre surrounding the Diamond Prince gave that belief shape. The warp answered the conviction of a creature already born from rage and slaughter. Talamin mistook the answer for proof. Yes! The word shook blood from the mouths of wounded men. More! The Space Wolves saw what happened. A pack of grey hunters occupied the remains of a munitions bunker overlooking the fight. Their pack leader watched Talamin's armor rebuild itself, while the dead around him emptied into the soil. "He is drinking the field," said one warrior. "Not the field," another replied. "The dying." The pack leader tracked the streams of blood rising toward the demon. "Every corpse is another plate upon him." A blood claw spat over the bunker wall. "Then we carve through the plates." The oldest among them, a long fang whose beard had been bound with iron rings, shook his head. "Strike the beast while the ground feeds him, and you will drown beneath what spills." The pack leader looked toward the burning ritual marks scattered across the western front. "Find the throat," he said. The long fang followed his gaze. "Cut away the feeding ground." And when he falls, the blood claw revved his chainsword. "Leave what remains for the crows of the warp." Far beyond Cadia, Abaddon watched the final reinforcement runes settle into place. 12 chapter transponders now burned upon the Cadian display. Around them gathered Navy battle groups, troop convoys, Munitorum tenders, fuel vessels, repair ships, and astropathic relay craft. Forces from across the surrounding regions had altered course toward the gate. The threshold had been crossed. Cadia had become the war. Abaddon turned from the primary hololith to the smaller projection beside it. The approaches to Gerstahl showed fewer vessels than before. Patrol patterns had opened. Escorts assigned to pilgrimage routes were moving toward Cadian space. Local defenders remained, but the wider shield of Imperial response had withdrawn. The War Master raised the talon. Begin. No ceremonial gong sounded. No legionary shouted an oath. The hidden fleet awakened by degrees. Reactors climbed from cold silence. Drives remained dark. Signal systems stayed sealed. Weapon batteries accepted power without running targeting rights. A Black Legion signal ship transmitted one message toward Talamin. It praised the Demon Prince's victories. It named the millions dead beneath his feet. It promised that more of the Emperor's gene sons were already answering Cadia's cries. It contained no order to withdraw. Withdrawal had never belonged to Talamin's purpose. The hidden strike force moved. Its vessels followed routes obscured by the psychic violence around Cadia. Astropathic screams spread through the immaterium like the death cries of wounded stars. Imperial Auspex arrays searched for further mass translations toward the gate and overlooked the smaller formation slipping away from the far principal war. The ships traveled beneath the mission's silence. No challenges crossed the void. No cult armies beat weapons against their shields. They moved with the discipline of a blade approaching an exposed throat. On Cadia, Talamin turned toward another descending wave of dropcraft and roared his welcome. On Gerstahl, the bell moved. The bronze mass swung upon its ancient frame without a hand, servitor or mechanism touching it. The first motion cracked the wax seals upon nearby reliquaries. The second shook dust from the vaulted ceiling. The bell did not sound. Not yet. Beneath it, far below the alabaster capital, the residue bound to St. Gerstahl's bones experienced another fragment of a future rushing closer. Black-armored giants walked through white fire. Gold shone upon their warplate. At their head came a claw large enough to close around destiny. The dead saint could not wake, but somewhere within the tomb, something remembered fear. The hidden fleet crossed the void without banners. No challenge rolled from its vox arrays. No war horns sounded through the immaterium. No cult host crowded the observation galleries to howl Abaddon's name into the dark. The ships moved as predators moved, without waste, without declaration, with every engine pulse measured against the possibility of discovery. Aboard the Vengeful Spirit, the command decks remained dim. Lumen strips glowed at their lowest setting, staining the iron in corpse-pale light. Servitors labored in silence. Legion serfs communicated through hand signs whenever spoken orders were unnecessary. Even the ship's ancient machine spirit seemed to understand that this was not a voyage of conquest announced in fire. The low thunder of the drives passed through the deck like a second pulse. Abaddon stood before the primary hololith and watched Cadia die by increments. The Western Theatre had become a layered wound of red tactical runes. Regiments vanished from the display as Vox contact failed. Armour formations dwindled from companies to platoons and from platoons to isolated vehicles. Artillery grids continued firing after the units they supported had ceased to answer. Each extinguished rune represented men, thousands at a time. The hololith reduced them to light. Talamin's position burned at the center of the carnage, an unstable sigil whose borders expanded and contracted with every surge of demonic manifestation. Around him clustered the transponders of the Adeptus Astartes, 12 distinct war forces closing upon the same battlefield from incompatible vectors. Abaddon observed them without satisfaction. Satisfaction was for those who required emotion to confirm success. He required only result. Behind the War Master, astropaths knelt in chained thrones along the strategium wall. Copper needles pierced their skulls. Restraint collars held their heads upright, while Black Legion overseers monitored the pressure building within their minds. The choir received Cadia's suffering through the warp. One psyker began whispering the names of dead regiments. Another spoke in the voice of a child who had died centuries before his birth. The oldest among them stared at the hololith through eyes burned white by the Astronomicon. Blood ran steadily from his nose and gathered upon his upper lip. "More ships alter course," he said. His voice cracked between words. "Toward Cadia." "Yes, Lord." "How many?" The astropath began to answer, his jaw locked, teeth shattered inside his mouth. He convulsed against the throne as a distant psychic transmission passed through him with enough force to break flesh. A Black Legion overseer struck the side of the throne. "Speak!" The astropath coughed fragments of tooth onto his robe. 3 battle groups, 2 chapter escorts, Munitorum convoys, troop carriers, more behind them. The gate is calling everything it can reach. Abaddon looked toward a second projection. The approaches to Gerstahl appeared as lines of pale light across darkness. Routes that had once carried patrol vessels and pilgrim escorts were opening. Naval formations assigned to watch the region had been pulled toward the Cadian War. Defense traffic around the Shrine World remained steady, but thin. Local forces, local confidence, local blindness. "Continue monitoring," Abaddon said. The astropath nodded. His body sagged when the War Master turned away. Only the innermost. Commanders of the strike force had been summoned to the council. They gathered within a chamber sealed behind layers of warded bulkhead. No mortal attendant remained inside. No Vox connection linked the room to the rest of the fleet. A pair of legionaries stood beyond the doors with orders to kill anything that approached, including officers bearing the War Master's authority. The hololith within showed no image of Cadia. It displayed Gerstahl. The shrine world hung above the table in ghostly white. Its moons orbited in slow silence. Defense platforms marked the approaches. Pilgrim stations, orbital sanctuaries and convoy routes formed a ring of devotional infrastructure around the planet. Abaddon stood before it. The commanders waited. Terminator champions in black and gold. A sorcerer whose armor whispered prayers in dead dialects. A warpsmith carrying the smell of machine oil and burned meat. Veteran captains who had followed Horus before the Imperium learned to call itself eternal. One of them looked upon the shrine world. "This is the objective." "It is." The captain's helm turned slightly. "Cadia burns, so we may sack a tomb." The sorcerer laughed beneath his respirator. "A tomb may hold more power than a fortress." "Then speak plainly." Abaddon did. Gerstahl was an officer. The projection changed. A fragment of Imperial scripture appeared beside the planet, its lettering broken and incomplete. Then came another. A campaign record. A pilgrim catechism. A copied prophecy preserved within the flayed skin of a captured priest. He died defending the Cadian Gate in the centuries after the heresy, Abaddon continued. The Imperium made him a saint. His cult teaches that he will rise when the eye opens for the final time. A Terminator champion struck one fist against his breastplate. "A corpse cannot rise without sorcery." The sorcerer turned toward him. "That conviction is why your kind are so often surprised." The champion's hand moved toward his weapon. Abaddon raised one blade of the talon. Both warriors became still. "Gerstahl is not dangerous because of what he was," the War Master said. "He is dangerous because of what they believe he will become." The shrine world rotated above the table. Millions have prayed over his bones. Millions have carried his name into battle. Generations have fed their certainty into the warp. That certainty has accumulated. The warpsmith watched the projection through clusters of red lenses. Accumulated belief is not a measurable force. Neither is hatred, said Abaddon. Yet hatred has torn empires apart. The chamber remained silent. The immaterium does not care whether a belief is rational. It does not care whether a prophecy was written by a saint, a liar, or a madman choking on his own tongue. Given enough minds, enough repetition, and enough blood, belief acquires weight. The sorcerer inclined his head. Mass. Hunger, Abaddon said. Agency. He closed the talon around the projection of Gerstahl. If the eye opens and the Imperium expects a savior, the warp may give them one. The Terminator captain studied him. You believe the saint will return. I believe an enemy weapon is being built. Abaddon released the world, and I will destroy it before it enters the war. There was fear within the decision, not panic, not the crawling terror of mortal men who heard footsteps beyond a locked door. Abaddon did not tremble before prophecy. He did not avert his gaze from the possibility of defeat. He respected it. He treated the future as a battlefield and uncertainty, as an enemy formation still mustering beyond the horizon. An unseen fleet remained a threat. A half-built fortress remained a threat. A dead saint gathering psychic substance across centuries remained a threat. Threats did not require certainty. They required removal. Far below the alabaster capital, the residue of St. Gerstahl remembered. The memory came without sequence. The eye of terror filled the sky. It had been smaller then, though no less hateful. Purple radiance spread across the clouds. Traitor ships emerged from its storms, wearing the scars of the heresy. Their hulls still bore the heraldry of legions that had once fought beside the Imperium. Imperial army formations broke beneath them. Men in uniforms from a dozen worlds fired from trenches, cut into poisoned ground. Tanks burned. Artillery batteries vanished beneath orbital strikes. Officers shouted orders through Vox networks already occupied by screaming demons. Gerstahl stood among them, wounded. One arm hung uselessly. Blood filled one boot. His breastplate had been opened by shrapnel, and every breath brought bubbles of red foam to his lips. A transport waited behind him. Someone demanded he board. He refused. The memory shifted. Traitors advanced through smoke. Their armor was black, crimson, iron grey. Bolters fired. Men burst apart in the trenches. A banner fell, rose again, then disappeared beneath tracked vehicles. Gerstahl held something in one hand. A detonator, a sword, a broken standard. The image refused certainty. He looked towards soldiers retreating through a narrowing corridor. He knew they required minutes, perhaps only moments. He turned back toward the enemy. The final act came as white light. It swallowed the trenches. The surviving formations escaped. Gerstahl did not. The memory ended before pain. The residue sank again into the long dark beneath the city, carrying no pride, no awareness, only the imprint of a choice repeated by generations who had never seen it. Aboard the hidden fleet, the Black Legion began to blind the road ahead. Navigation beacons along the Gerstahl approaches received corrupted command ciphers. One by one, their signals shifted by fractions too small to alarm ordinary observers. Pilgrim vessels translated from the warp to find themselves thousands of kilometers from their intended routes. Patrol craft altered course to investigate phantom distress calls. A merchant convoy reported engine failure near a moon that did not exist. Local escorts diverted to assist. They found only empty space and a Vox transmission repeating the Emperor's name in the voice of a dying man. Courier vessels disappeared. Some were destroyed in silence by torpedoes launched from beyond auger range. Others were boarded. Black Legion Terminators cut through their hulls, killed the crews, and delivered the command ciphers to signal adepts waiting aboard darkened escorts. Astropathic choirs suffered worse. Captured psychers were chained into relay thrones and forced to transmit assurances toward Gerstahl. The messages were written in the familiar rhythms of local command traffic. No enemy contact, no hostile translation. Cadian crisis contained within established theatres. Regional approaches secure. One choir resisted. The psychers bit through their own tongues, rather than speak the words placed before them. Black Legion chirurgeons removed their lower jaws, wired brass Vox units into their throats, and forced the transmissions directly through their brains. Every message reached Gerstahl. Every message lied. The strike force armed itself for precision. Terminators stood within weapon crypts, while Legion serfs checked seals upon their ancient plate. Combi bolters were loaded with magazines marked for void combat, bunker clearance and flesh targets. Chain fists awakened in showers of sparks. Their teeth rotated slowly, tasting the air. Havoc squads prepared lascannons and autocannons. Targeting arrays were calibrated against orbital stations, defense towers, and shrine fortifications. Ammunition feeds were checked by hand. Gunners recited kill litanies in the old Chthonian tongue. Breacher teams loaded melter charges into armored cases. Each device had been marked for reliquary penetration. Shaped detonations would direct their force inward, cutting sanctified doors and adamantium vaults without scattering whatever rested beyond them. The orders were exact. Archives were to be seized intact. Shrine custodians were to be captured. The tomb was to be found. The saint was to be destroyed beyond recovery. This was not a general invasion. It was an execution. The Immaterium punished the mortal crew as the fleet continued. A command serf fused to his throne during the third transition adjustment. Flesh flowed into metal beneath his robe. His ribs softened and spread around the chair's support struts. When Medici servitors attempted to remove him, the throne screamed through his mouth. Abaddon ordered the serf left in place. The man continued processing tactical data until his organs failed. Servitors began speaking in the voices of dead relatives. A loader servitor called one legionary by the childhood name no living soul had used since Chthonian. The warrior tore the machine's head free and found his own brother's teeth growing inside its throat. Deck gangs vanished behind familiar bulkheads. One group entered a maintenance corridor carrying replacement coolant lines. The door closed. When it opened again, it revealed a stone stairway descending beneath an alien sky. The overseer sealed the passage. For hours, fists struck the other side of the bulkhead. Then the knocking stopped.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Abaddon accepted every loss. The ships remained on course. That was the only measure that mattered. The navigator attempted deception near the end of the passage. He occupied a vaulted chamber surrounded by warding brass and the suspended bones of his predecessors. His body had swollen from decades of exposure to the warp. Incense tubes entered his nostrils. His third eye remained hidden beneath a band of black silk. He reported stability. The fleet proceeded. Abaddon came to the chamber without warning. The navigator bowed from his throne. "War Master, you have seen turbulence." "No, Lord." The talon opened. The navigator's breathing changed. Abaddon stepped closer. You have altered the projected arrival. A minor correction. You have seen instability. The navigator looked toward the floor. It will pass. The War Master seized him by the face. One claw entered beneath the silk band. Another closed against the cheekbone. Abaddon pulled. The navigator's third eye came free with strands of nerve and glistening tissue attached. His ordinary eyes ruptured beneath the pressure of the talon. Blood ran across the command throne in thick sheets. The navigator screamed until his voice broke. "Wire him back into the throne," Abaddon said. Chirurgeons moved forward. They removed the ruined bandages, drove interface needles through the exposed sockets, and connected the navigator's brain directly to the guidance engines. His hands clawed at the restraints while cables entered the meat behind his eyes. The fleet continued. The navigator guided it blind. He died slowly. Heat built beneath his containment hood. Fat liquefied around his skull. The smell of cooked brain filled the chamber. His final scream passed through every navigation console before the crown of his head split open and grey matter boiled across the throne. The ships held their course. Gerstahl remained serene. Pilgrims crossed the alabaster plazas beneath banners painted with the saint's broken sword. Men knelt before reliquaries and pressed their foreheads to white stone. Shrine custodians replaced wax seals, polished bronze icons, and recorded offerings in ledgers already centuries old. The distant war at Cadia existed only as sermons and rumours. The gate was strong. The Emperor's angels had answered. Talomine would be cast back into the warp. Local defence forces maintained ordinary watch rotations. Gun crews drilled beneath clear skies. Patrol vessels moved between moons and orbital sanctuaries, according to schedules no enemy had challenged in generations. The calm was complete. Not the calm after victory. The calm before an unseen blade entered the flesh. Beyond Gerstahl's outer moon, reality darkened. A Black Legion cruiser emerged without warp flare. Its hull appeared piece by piece, as though the void itself had remembered something hateful. Drives remained low. Weapon batteries rotated before the vessel completed translation. The nearest orbital sanctuary transmitted a recognition demand. No answer came. Its priests began a second challenge. The cruiser fired. A lance beam crossed the darkness and entered the sanctuary's central nave. Stone, armor, and stained crystal became incandescent. The beam passed through prayer halls, habitation decks, and reactor chambers. For one instant, the sanctuary shone brighter than the moon behind it. Then it opened. Atmosphere erupted into space. Bodies followed, tumbling among fragments of statues and molten metal. Men still kneeling in chapel rows were pulled through the rupture together, limbs tearing free as they struck the edges of the broken hull. The reactor detonated. The sanctuary disappeared inside a sphere of expanding fire, armor, air, and human remains. The first fragments had not yet reached the moon when the rest of Abaddon's fleet emerged from darkness. The sky of Gerstahl died before the first alarm reached the alabaster capital. Orbital stations vanished in ordered sequence. Pilgrim docks broke apart beneath lance fire. Defense monitors, attempting to turn toward the newly translated fleet, were struck before their drives reached combat output. Their void shields flared once, twice, then collapsed beneath the weight of the Black Legion's opening salvo. Macro shells crossed the darkness like cathedrals hurled by angry gods. They struck habitation rings and docking spires with enough force to drive entire sections through neighbouring structures. Pilgrim vessels moored beneath the stations tore loose as pressure waves passed through their hulls. Thousands of men were pulled into vacuum, still clutching prayer ropes, devotional icons, and the hands of those beside them. Lance beams cut through the confusion. One pilgrim arc became 3 glowing segments. The central portion remained intact for several moments, its occupants trapped behind sealed viewports, while fire spread along the decks. Men hammered against the crystal as the severed vessel rotated toward the planet below. A second beam crossed the void. The arc ceased to exist. The local defense fleet attempted to form around the capital's orbital anchorages. It possessed discipline, courage, and no meaningful chance of victory. Most of its ships had been built for patrol, escort, and the ceremonial protection of pilgrims. Their crews knew how to challenge smugglers, destroy raiders, and shepherd unarmed convoys through unstable routes. They had not been designed to stand against a Black Legion strike force led by the despoiler. Frigates raced toward prearranged defensive positions. Escorts formed around heavier monitors. Command ships broadcast formation orders, while shrine vessels attempted to clear the combat zone. Abaddon allowed them to gather. From the command throne of the Vengeful Spirit, he watched local defense runes converge around Gerstahl's near moon. The formation tightened as captains sought mutual protection. "Engines and command sections," he ordered. The Black Legion opened fire. The first barrage shattered drives. Imperial vessels lost thrust and began drifting out of formation, unable to evade the next salvos. Their captains watched tactical displays fill with warnings as propulsion systems failed one after another. The second barrage destroyed bridges and command towers. A defense monitor took a macro shell through its upper decks. The round passed through the bridge without detonating. Men, cogitators, and armor plating were carried with it into the decks below. The shell finally burst inside the vessel's chapel, turning the ship's command crew and shrine staff into a cloud of fire and pulverized bone. Another escort lost its engine section beneath concentrated lance fire. The reactor remained intact. Emergency power continued feeding the bridge, leaving the crew alive while their vessels spun helplessly through the debris. They saw the Black Legion fleet advance. They saw their allies die. They saw every escape route close. Abaddon wanted them to understand. Immediate destruction ended fear too quickly. A crippled vessel remained a witness. Its crew experienced the distance between hope and extinction 1 second at a time. The orbital defense commander transmitted a general order to withdraw toward the planet. Black Legion signal adepts allowed the message through. It arrived too late. Boarding torpedoes struck the retreating ships. Their armored prows punched through hull plating and drove deep into command decks. Explosive seals opened. Black Legion terminators emerged into smoke, ruptured atmosphere, and screaming alarms. Reaper autocannons began firing. The weapons filled corridors with a continuous storm of shells. Bridge crews became red vapor around their stations. Men were torn apart faster than their minds could recognize the attack. A naval officer reached for his sidearm and lost both hands, his jaw and the upper portion of his chest in the same burst. Chain fists tore through blast doors. The blades shrieked against adamantium. Sparks filled the passageways. Officers and ratings waiting behind the barriers fired las pistols through the growing gaps until clawed gauntlets reached through and pulled them against the rotating teeth. One man was drawn face first into the cut. The chain fist entered through his mouth and divided his skull. Blood and brain matter sprayed across the defenders behind him. The blast door came down, upon their legs before they could retreat. Terminators entered the bridge. They killed the armed men first. The unarmed officers were dragged aside. One captain refused to provide the defensive ciphers for the capital. A legionary removed his helm, gripped the officer's head between both hands, and pressed his thumbs into the man's eyes. The captain screamed until the first eye burst. He continued refusing until the legionary crushed the bones around the second socket and pushed splinters into the brain. A surviving lieutenant gave them the ciphers. He also gave them the locations of the primary defense stations, the emergency command vaults, and the protocols governing access to the lower shrine districts. The Terminators killed him when he finished. The planetary batteries answered from fortified mountains. Gun emplacements opened along ridges of black stone beyond the alabaster capital. Armor shutters withdrew. Defense lasers fired into the sky, their beams punching through cloud and atmosphere toward the descending traitor ships. One Black Legion transport vanished in a white flash. Another lost half its hull. Burning legionaries, mortal crew, and ammunition containers fell through the atmosphere together. The wreckage struck the foothills outside the capital and carved a trench through a pilgrim settlement before exploding. A capital ship took a direct hit along its flank. Armor split across kilometers of hull. Internal decks vented into space. Gun crews and servitors spilled from the opening among fragments of shrine metal and burning machinery. The warship's master requested permission to begin extermination bombardment. The petition reached Abaddon while the vessel still bled atmosphere. "Denied," he said. The captain's image flickered above the command dais. "Warmaster, the mountain batteries remain active. A full bombardment will silence them and break the capital. The tomb must be located. We can scour the city and excavate what survives." Abaddon looked toward the officer's image. What survives will not be certain. The captain bowed his head. No orbital saturation, no cyclonic munitions, no strike upon the central basilica without my authority. The transmission ended. Abaddon turned toward the world. He could have reduced the alabaster capital to molten glass. He could have drowned its shrines beneath fire, cracked the mountains and boiled the oceans around them. He did not require destruction. He required certainty. The saints' bones had to be found, verified, erased. The main assault descended beneath covering fire. Thunderhawks, Dreadclaws and gunships entered the atmosphere around the vengeful spirits' command landers. Fighters crossed above them, shredding defense aircraft and drawing Hydra fire away from the transports. Missiles climbed from the mountain batteries. Black Legion countermeasures filled the sky with flares, chaff, and screaming warp signatures. Some missiles lost lock and turned upon Gerstahl's own aircraft. Others struck home. A Dreadclaw took a warhead through the upper hull. Its armor folded inward. The dropcraft fell while still carrying a squad of legionaries. It struck a processional square, bounced through a colonnade, and plowed into a shrine wall. The impact tore the vessel open. The warriors inside emerged burning. 3 died before their boots touched stone. The others killed everything around them. Abaddon's lander struck the capital's outer avenue beneath overlapping heavy bolter fire. The assault ramp opened. He descended first. His Terminator plate made the warriors behind him appear smaller, though each of them towered over mortal men. Black armor absorbed the pale light reflected from the city's stone. Gold trim gleamed beneath soot. The Talon of Horus moved constantly, claws opening and closing, as if remembering the throat of every enemy it had taken. Draconian hung at his side. The blade remained sheathed. Its shadow did not. Darkness moved around Abaddon against the direction of the light. It crawled over walls, stretched across corpses and climbed statues whose stone eyes seemed to follow the Warmaster's advance. The defenders fired. Local soldiers occupied firing points behind statues of saints. Armed pilgrims crouched within prayer alcoves. Temple guards in lacquered breastplates manned and placed heavy bolters at the ends of the processional avenues. Lasfire struck the Black Legion. Red beams scored ceramite. Autogun rounds sparked from armor. Missile launchers fired from upper galleries, warheads detonating among the advancing legionaries. One warrior lost his left arm beneath a crack missile. The limbs spun away, trailing cables. blood and fragments of black plate. He did not fall. He raised his bolter with the remaining hand and fired into the gallery. Mass reactive shells entered the defenders. Men exploded against the shrine walls. Torsos burst open. Limbs slapped against the carved faces of saints. A pilgrim attempted to crawl away with his abdomen opened and his intestines dragging across the alabaster behind him. A terminator stepped on his back. The spine broke with a wet crack. Temple guards held the first barricade. They fired heavy bolters until the barrels glowed. Shells hammered the Black Legion's forward ranks. One legionary staggered as repeated impacts shattered his breastplate and pulped one of his hearts. The guards cheered. Abaddon reached the barricade. The talon struck once. Stone, armor, and flesh came apart together. The nearest heavy bolter vanished beneath the blow. Its gunner was lifted from the emplacement in pieces. His head remained inside the helmet for half a second before the force of the strike burst it through the vision slit. Abaddon seized another defender by the chest. The talon closed. Breastplate, ribs, and spine collapsed inward. Blood erupted from the man's mouth and sprayed across the War Master's gauntlet. Abaddon threw the corpse through the men behind him. The Black Legion crossed the barricade. The defenders had converted the processional avenues into firing lanes. Statues provided cover. Prayer terraces became trenches. Pilgrim dormitories served as ammunition points. Every window concealed a rifle. The White City answered invasion with fanaticism. Men fought because the saint had died there in memory, even if not in fact. They fought because generations had crossed those streets on bleeding knees. They fought because surrender would mean admitting that stone, bone, and prayer possessed no defense against the dark. Autoguns chattered from colonnades. Laser guns fired through incense smoke. Missile teams shifted between shrine steps, using devotional banners to conceal movement. Heavy bolters hammered from beneath the outstretched arms of stone martyrs. The faces of the statues disappeared one by one. Bolt shells shattered noses, eyes, and gilded halos. Lascanon strikes decapitated saints whose heads crushed defenders below. Chainsword teeth cut through carved scripture and the men pressed against it. The alabaster drank. Blood ran down the avenues in broad sheets. It entered prayer channels cut into the streets centuries before to carry rainwater toward the lower gardens. The channels filled quickly, transporting fragments of fingers, teeth, and shredded cloth. A squad of shrine infantry attempted to hold a narrow crossing. Black Legion bolters fired into them at close range. One man lost the upper half of his body. His legs remained upright against the barricade until another impact toppled them. A shell entered a second soldier through the mouth and detonated behind his eyes. The back of his skull coated a devotional inscription with brain matter. Another defender was struck in the abdomen. The bolt exploded inside him. His torso opened and emptied across the wall. Loops of intestine hung from carved words praising the Emperor's mercy. Steam rose where hot organs touched cool stone. The Black Legion advanced through the remains. Abaddon did not allow frenzy to determine the route. He marked structures for destruction and structures for seizure. A cathedral overlooking the Eastern Avenue possessed no archive, reliquary registry, or access to the lower shrine levels. He ordered its foundations breached. Melter charges burned through support columns. The cathedral collapsed across the avenue, crushing hundreds of defenders and blocking a counterattack moving from the inner districts. A smaller chapel contained census ledgers and records of pilgrimage donations. It was taken intact. Legionaries broke the defenders with bolter fire, then extinguished the flames before they reached the archive chambers. Shrine custodians were dragged from hiding and chained for interrogation. A warband champion requested permission to burn a district after sniper fire killed 2 of his warriors. Abaddon refused. The district covers a lower access route. They killed our brothers. Then kill the marksman. The champion's anger filled the Vox. Abaddon looked toward him. The anger disappeared. Every massacre served function. Every ruin altered movement. Every surviving structure contained information, access, or leverage. The War Master's restraint terrified the defenders more than uncontrolled slaughter could have done. Rage could be survived through chance. A disciplined enemy removed chance from the equation. The residual power around Gerstahl began to stir. A statue near the central avenue wept. Clear fluid formed beneath its stone eyes and ran down its cheeks. Pilgrims saw it and shouted that the saint was watching. Their fear became devotion. Their devotion became violence. Men with mortal wounds rose again. A temple guard whose lungs had been opened by shrapnel dragged himself upright and fired until blood filled his throat. Another defender continued fighting after a bolt shell destroyed half his pelvis. He braced against a shrine wall, laser gun trembling in his hands, and fired at Abaddon until the talon removed his head. Lumen globes ignited beneath collapsed buildings. White light burned through tons of broken stone. Hymns sounded from Vox units whose power cells had been destroyed. Wounded men heard Gerstahl's name spoken in voices belonging to dead fathers and commanders. Black Legion warriors experienced it as pressure. One legionary slowed beneath an archway. His helm display filled with images of an officer standing alone before a line of retreating soldiers. He heard orders to kneel. He smelled the smoke of a battlefield fought before his birth. Abaddon struck the warrior across the helm. The vision broke. "Advance!" The legionary obeyed. Abaddon recognized the signs. The tomb was not dormant. Belief had saturated the city too deeply. The violence of the invasion was awakening it. Every prayer, every martyrdom, and every defender who died shouting the saint's name added fresh substance to the old residue below. He had not arrived too late. That was what mattered. A mature miracle would have met him in the streets. A resurrected saint would have drawn the defenders together, transformed panic into purpose, and perhaps summoned greater forces through the warp. What stirred beneath Gerstahl remained incomplete. Dangerous, not ready. Abaddon pressed inward. The central basilica rose ahead, its domes glowing white beneath the blackened sky. Defense batteries fired from its terraces. Pilgrims packed the steps, many armed only with tools, knives, and devotional staffs. They saw the War Master approach. Some fled. Most did not. The outer gates of the lower shrine district sealed as the defenders withdrew. Adamantium locks engaged. Consecrated wards flared across the stone. Shrine custodians recited the final litany, believing the sealed passages beneath the capital would shelter the surviving pilgrims and protect the path toward the saint's tomb. Then the locks disengaged, one after another. No command rune had been entered. No custodian touched the controls. The doors opened inward. Cold air rose from the depths. The surviving defenders fell to their knees. "Gerstahl," one whispered. Others began to weep. They believed the saint had opened the way. They believed he was calling them into sanctuary. Abaddon stood before the descending passage and listened to the darkness below. Drachnian shifted within its sheath. The shadow around the War Master leaned forward. Abaddon understood what the defenders did not. The tomb had not opened to hide them. It had opened because something beneath the city knew he had come. The sepulchre was preparing to meet him. The battle for Gerstahl's capital did not advance along a single front. It spread through layers. Above ground, the monumental plazas became armoured killing fields. Lehman Russ battle tanks occupied ceremonial boulevards broad enough for pilgrim processions numbering in the tens of thousands. Their tracks ground devotional mosaics into chalk and powdered glass. Turrets traversed beneath statues of martyrs, battle cannon firing toward the black-armored giants advancing through smoke. Artillery batteries positioned behind the central basilica fired over its domes. Shells crossed the city in screaming arcs, passing above prayer towers and gilded spires, before falling among Black Legion formations in the outer districts. Beneath the streets, another war crawled through darkness. Legionaries moved through crypts, where generations of shrine custodians had been entombed upright within alcoves. They broke through service tunnels carrying water, incense, and power to the upper sanctuaries. They entered pilgrimage halls from below, chain blades cutting through marble floors before armored warriors hauled themselves into the defenders' rear. Every level of the city bled into the next. A basilica roof collapsed into a troop shelter. A ruptured fuel conduit flooded an ossuary. Bodies falling from bell towers struck warriors fighting in the streets below. No defender knew where the front remained. The planetary defense forces used everything that could kill. Lehman Russ tanks fired down the Avenue of Ascension, their battle cannon transforming advancing cult infantry into red vapor and fragments of burning cloth. Heavy bolters mounted in the sponsons hammered at Black Legion warriors, mass reactive shells detonating against ceramite and throwing chunks of black armor across the white street. An autocannon team occupied the highest chamber of a bell tower overlooking the eastern plaza. The weapon's recoil shook dust from ancient bells, while its shells tore through raptors descending toward the artillery positions. One traitor lost a leg at the hip and spiraled into the square, jump packs still firing. He struck a shrine roof hard enough to break the stone and continued crawling until a missile removed his head. Demolition teams waited beneath the processional roads. When Terminators crossed marked sectors, the defenders triggered charges buried in maintenance vaults. Entire streets collapsed. Rockcrete, marble, and armored warriors disappeared into clouds of dust. One Terminator fell through 6 levels of catacomb and landed amid a chamber of preserved clergy. The impact broke his knee joints. Pilgrims hiding within the crypt swarmed him. They drove knives into armor seams. They hammered at his helm with iron candlesticks. One man forced the muzzle of an autogun into the damaged knee seal and fired until the magazine emptied. The Terminator seized him by the throat. His gauntlet closed. The pilgrim's neck vanished between armored fingers. His head dropped onto his chest at an impossible angle. The Terminator used the body as a club, breaking the skulls of the men around him before his chain fist awakened. The crypt became a slaughter chamber. Defenders pumped promethium into underground access routes. Black Legion breachers advancing through one service tunnel heard liquid rushing beneath their boots. Warning runes flashed across their helm displays. A moment later, the fuel ignited. Fire filled the passage. The first mortal serfs vanished instantly, flesh reduced to black silhouettes against the walls. Legionaries endured longer. Their armor seals shrieked beneath the heat. Paint blistered from ceramite. Ammunition cooked inside magazines and tore warriors apart from within. One legionary emerged from the flames with his body burning inside his armor. Fat leaked through ruptured seals. He walked 3 more steps, raised his bolter, and killed the defenders waiting beyond the tunnel mouth before collapsing onto his knees. The Black Legion answered with doctrines learned before the Imperium had possessed shrine worlds. Havoc squads occupied shattered towers and the upper levels of ruined archives. Their Lascannons tracked the Lehman Russ formations moving through the boulevards. The first beams struck armor without warning. One battle tank lost its turret in a burst of incandescent metal. The commander remained inside the cupola as the entire structure spun away. His body struck the avenue beneath it and burst under the turret's weight. Autocannon fire walked across another tank's side armor. Shells shattered the track, penetrated the engine housing, and opened the rear fighting compartment. Burning crewmen forced themselves through the hatches. A Havoc gunner followed them with short bursts, cutting each man apart before he reached cover. Terminators advanced through the defensive fire. They did not run. They did not seek shelter. Storms of las beams scorched their plate. Autocannon shells struck sparks from pauldrons and breastplates. Missile impacts staggered them without stopping the advance. Behind their mass came the breacher, teams. Legionaries carried melter charges within armored cases. When the Terminators reached a barricade, they locked their shields and bodies together, creating a wall of black ceramite. The breachers moved behind them, placed the charges against gates and support columns, then withdrew before the thermal detonations turned stone and adamantium into white liquid. Raptors descended behind the Imperial artillery. Their jump packs screamed above the basilica roofs. They struck gun lines before crews could alter elevation. Chainswords tore through loaders carrying shells. Bolt pistols fired into men trapped between ammunition racks and recoil mechanisms. One Raptor landed upon a basilisk's open fighting platform. His boots crushed the spine of a loader. He seized another man and drove him head first into the gun breach. Bone broke. Teeth scattered across the deck. The gun commander drew a las pistol. The Raptor caught his wrist and bent the arm backwards until the elbow burst through the skin. He dragged the screaming officer across the gun platform and fed him into the elevation gears. The basilisk's machinery continued turning. The commander disappeared slowly between iron teeth. His blood sprayed the weapon's sacred inscriptions. The senior shrine clergy were captured beneath the chapel of the returning light. They had barricaded themselves within an archive chamber surrounded by reliquary ledgers, genealogies of martyrdom, and maps of the lower sanctums. Temple guards defended the doors until Black Legion breachers burned through the walls instead. The guards died beneath bolter fire. The priests were dragged into the central hall and forced to kneel in a line. There were 9 of them. They wore white vestments stained with dust and blood. Chains had been locked around their throats. Some prayed. Others stared at Abaddon with expressions emptied by exhaustion. The War Master stood before them. Smoke drifted through the broken roof. The distant thunder of artillery rolled across the capital. Every impact shook dust from the stone saints lining the chamber. Abaddon held no scripture. He required no ceremony. Where is the deepest entrance to the sepulchre? No priest answered. The warding sequence. Silence. The true remains among the false reliquaries. The eldest priest raised his head. You will find nothing but judgment. Abaddon regarded him. Then the talon moved. One claw entered beneath the priest's jaw. Another passed through the sternum. The War Master lifted him from the floor. The man's feet kicked beneath his robes. Abaddon opened the talon. The priest came apart. His lower jaw remained caught upon one blade. His chest opened around another. Ribs snapped outward. Lungs and heart fell between the kneeling prisoners in a steaming mass. Abaddon let the carcass drop. Where is the entrance? The priests continued praying. He selected the next. This man attempted to speak a curse. The talon closed around his head before the words left his mouth. Skull and brain collapsed together. Blood burst between Abaddon's fingers and ran down the gold of the ancient weapon. The War Master wiped nothing away. He killed the 3rd priest by tearing one arm from the shoulder and forcing the severed limb through the man's chest. The fourth he opened from groin to throat. The fifth remained alive after the first strike. His abdomen had been split, and his intestines lay across his knees. Abaddon held him upright by the scalp, while the man watched his own blood spread across the archive floor. "Answer!" The priest tried to form words. Only blood emerged. Abaddon removed his head. The remaining clergy shook. One had ceased praying. His eyes moved toward the archive shelves, then toward the doors, as though searching for civilians who were not present. Abaddon noticed. "You believe obedience will preserve them." The priest swallowed. "The pilgrims. Where is the entrance?" "Beneath the central basilica." The other priests turned toward him. One whispered the word, "Traitor." The speaking priest closed his eyes. "There are false descents beneath the eastern transept and the chapel of the broken sword. The true stair lies below the nave. It is sealed by 3 warding sequences." He recited them. He described the reliquaries. The saint's armor had been divided between public shrines, but the actual remains lay beneath the oldest foundation. False sarcophagi had been filled with bones drawn from honored officers and unnamed martyrs. Only the deepest tomb contained Gerstahl. Abaddon listened without interruption. When the priest finished, the War Master inclined his head. "You have been useful." Hope entered the man's face. It lasted less than a heartbeat. "Kill them." Black Legion bolters rose. The priests screamed. Some attempted to stand. Others reached toward the one who had spoken, as though his confession had poisoned them. The first volley detonated through the kneeling line. Heads burst. Chests opened. Pieces of white vestment and red flesh struck the archive shelves. The speaking priest remained alive after the others fell, half his face removed by a glancing shell. He looked up at Abaddon through one surviving eye. "You said..." "No." Abaddon stepped closer. "You hoped." The priest's remaining breath trembled. "Mercy offered after obedience," the War Master said, "teaches the next enemy to expect mercy." The talon entered the priest's chest. Abaddon lifted him until their faces were level. "I will teach them better." He cast the corpse aside. The Black Legion reached the central basilica before nightfall, though darkness had ruled the city for days. Its outer precincts had become a fortress. Planetary defense tanks formed a broken ring around the monumental steps. Heavy weapon emplacements occupied colonnades. Pilgrims carried ammunition from underground stores, while temple guards reinforced the great gate with slabs of plasteel and ceremonial armor taken from lesser shrines. The basilica's guns killed hundreds. Cult infantry vanished beneath artillery. Legion serfs died dragging siege equipment into position. Black Legion warriors fell to concentrated Lascannon and autocannon fire from the upper terraces. A Legion commander opened a channel to the fleet. "War Master, the defenses are anchored beneath the central dome. One lance strike will break the gate and bury the guns." "Denied. We have lost 3 assault cohorts." "Then lose another." The commander's breathing rasped across the Vox. "The structure cannot survive a ground assault." "It will survive long enough. We can recover the remains from the ruins." Abaddon's voice hardened. "You will scatter nothing." The channel became silent. "No fragment leaves that basilica unaccounted for," Abaddon continued. "No bone is cast into rubble. No relic vanishes beneath fire." The commander bowed, though the War Master could not see him. "Take it blade by blade," Abaddon said. The assault resumed. The Saint's influence moved through the defenders like fever. A missile loader lost both legs beneath a bolt explosion. He continued passing warheads from a seated position, blood filling the grooves between the floor stones. When his hands grew too weak, he gripped the missiles between his teeth and dragged them toward the launcher crew. A gunner died at an emplaced heavy bolter. His replacement had already taken a fatal wound through the lungs. He climbed over the body, seized the grips, and fired until blood poured from his respirator. Broken Vox units broadcast ancient hymns. Some had no power cells. Others had been crushed beneath fallen stone. Their speakers crackled nevertheless, filling the basilica with the recorded voices of dead choirs. Black Legion warriors heard more than music. One legionary saw the walls of the nave vanish. For a moment he stood upon terror beneath a sky of gold. The golden throne rose before him, vast and blinding. A figure upon it opened dead eyes. The legionary fell to one knee. His pack brother struck him across the helm. "Rise," I saw. "Rise, or I will take your head." The vision broke. Elsewhere, a Terminator heard Horus calling him by his forgotten name. Another saw his black armor turn white and gold, while crowds chanted his absolution. The pressure of belief had become almost physical. Not resurrection, not yet. A psychic tide pressing upward through stone, shaped by generations of prayer and the fresh deaths of those fighting above the tomb. Abaddon felt it. He climbed the basilica steps beneath fire. Drachnian whispered at his side. The demon within the blade tasted the consecrated metal ahead and stirred with hunger. Shadows flowed around the War Master's boots in the wrong direction, crawling toward the gate while every source of light stood behind him. Missiles struck. One detonated against Abaddon's shoulder. The blast engulfed him in smoke and fragments of black plate. He emerged without slowing. Heavy bolters fired from above the gate. The Talon answered. Its integrated weapons spat mass-reactive shells into the firing points. Defenders burst against the parapet. One body folded over the stone edge and emptied its organs onto the steps below. Abaddon reached the gate. It had been forged from consecrated adamantium and layered with relic metal taken from battlefields surrounding the Cadian gate. Prayer strips covered its surface. Each strip bore Gerstahl's name. The War Master drew Drachnian. The blade entered the air with a sound like mankind's first murder remembered across eternity. Lumen globes burst throughout the plaza. The defenders behind the gate began screaming before Abaddon struck. Drachnian touched the consecrated metal. White fire erupted. The blade resisted for one instant, not from weakness, but from delight. The demon tasted the faith bound into the gate and drank it. Abaddon cut downward. Adamantium opened. The wound glowed brighter than a furnace. Prayer seals ignited. The screaming behind the gate became a chorus. The War Master sheathed Drachnian and drove the Talon into the cut. Claws locked behind layers of armor. Abaddon pulled. Metal peeled outward in incandescent sheets. Supports snapped. Chains broke. The gate folded toward him, its mass tearing stone from the basilica walls. He released it. Thousands of tons of consecrated armor fell inward. The defenders behind it disappeared beneath the collapse. Tanks, barricades, and men were flattened together. Bodies ruptured beneath the descending weight. Blood sprayed through gaps in the wreckage. A hand continued moving beneath one slab until the fingers curled and stopped. The Black Legion entered the basilica. The reliquary guard counterattacked inside the nave. Temple soldiers came first, firing laser guns from between columns. Pilgrims followed with autoguns, blades, and improvised explosives. Surviving planetary troops emerged from side chapels and struck the Legion's flanks. Black Legion bolters answered. Skulls burst inside helmets. Men folded as shells detonated within their abdomens. Armor plates became shrapnel inside the bodies they were meant to protect. The nave filled with smoke, muzzle flash, and fragments of flesh. Chain blades met ceremonial power weapons. A temple guard drove his sword through a legionary's damaged gorget. The traitor seized him by the waist and pulled him onto a chainsword. Teeth entered beneath the ribs and climbed through the chest. Intestines spilled across the mosaic floor in long, wet coils. A Terminator fired his combi bolter into a mass of defenders at arm's length. The first rank ceased to exist. Blood coated the columns. Brain matter struck painted saints. Sacred mosaics disappeared beneath ash, spent casings and torn organs. The basilica shook around them. Bombardment cracked the upper dome. Fragments of stained crystal rained upon the fighting, cutting unarmored men into ribbons. One enormous pane depicting Gerstahl's final stand broke loose and fell blade first into the nave. It severed 6 defenders at the waist. Their upper bodies slid across the painted glass while their legs collapsed beneath it. The last reliquary guards formed around the central altar. They had no retreat. They knew what lay below them. The Black Legion advanced. The guards died without yielding a step. When the final bolter fell silent, the nave contained no sacred image unmarked by ruin. Stone saints had been blinded. Golden inscriptions were black with soot. The altar had disappeared beneath bodies stacked 3 deep. Abaddon stood among them. Drachnian moved in his grip. The blade pulled downward, not toward the altar, not toward the public reliquary displayed behind it, toward the earth. The demon's sword strained like a hunting animal catching blood upon the wind. Its edge trembled. Shadows gathered beneath it, pointing through the mosaic floor. Abaddon looked past the visible shrine, past the false sarcophagus and the relic armor arranged for pilgrims. He understood. The basilica was not the tomb. It was the mask placed over it. The true sepulchre waited below. Abaddon left the greater part of the legion beneath the ruined dome. The dead still shifted beneath falling masonry. Blood ran down the nave steps and disappeared through cracks in the mosaic floor. Above, the war for the alabaster capital continued beneath a sky split by bombardment, but its thunder reached the basilica only as a distant, unending growl. The War Master chose those who would descend. Terminators formed the core of the force, veterans whose armor had crossed the fires of the heresy and survived the long damnation that followed. Breacher squads carried chain fists, melter weapons, and compact demolition charges intended for vaults rather than city walls. Behind them came bound shrine custodians and a file of warp-sensitive slaves. The slaves wore iron collars linked by a single chain. Their eyes had been removed. Copper needles entered their skulls through drilled holes, the wires trailing back to brass detection engines carried by Legion serfs. Some muttered prayers. Some spoke in voices that did not belong to them. One walked with his head turned toward the floor, whispering that something beneath the stone was remembering how to breathe. They would go first. Their purpose was simple. Anything that killed them had revealed itself. Abaddon stood over the place where Drachnian had pointed. The central mosaic showed St. Gerstahl beneath the light of the eye, one hand raised against a storm of black-armored traitors. Centuries of pilgrims had worn the saint's face smooth with their knees. His expression had been erased, leaving only a blank oval above a broken sword. The talon descended. Its claws entered the floor. Stone ruptured beneath the War Master's strength. The mosaic split across Gerstahl's chest. Abaddon tore away slabs of consecrated marble until a stairwell appeared beneath them, narrow, black, and descending at an angle too steep for mortal comfort. Cold air rose from below. It carried incense, machine oil, and the dry breath of ancient graves. One of the slaves began to scream. A Terminator struck him silent with the butt of a combi bolter. Abaddon entered the stair. The War Master's armor scraped both walls. Behind him, the reduced force followed in single file. Lumen beams crossed over prayer inscriptions cut into the stone, each line written in High Gothic and repeated in smaller hands by generations of shrine custodians. The passage tightened as they descended. At first, Abaddon assumed the masons had built it that way. Then the walls moved. Stone pressed inward behind the rear guard. The sound was low and deliberate, like millstones turning beneath the earth. A legionary placed one gauntlet against the wall. The surface shifted beneath his hand, contracting by the width of a finger. "Advance," Abaddon ordered. The last Terminator attempted to turn. His pauldron struck both walls. Stone closed around him. He drove a chain fist into the passage and cut, the weapon shrieking as adamantine teeth chewed through marble. Dust filled the stairwell. The wall continued moving, crushing the blade sideways until its housing ruptured. The Terminator locked his boots against the steps. His armor groaned. Ceramite cracked along the breastplate. Internal seals burst. The stone compressed his ribcage until reinforced bone punched through both lungs. His vox transmitted one final sound. Not a cry. A breath forced from a body no longer capable of holding air. The passage sealed behind him. No one attempted to recover the corpse. The stair opened into a processional hall lined with statues. Each figure represented Gerstahl at a different stage of his sanctification. Officer, martyr, protector, prophet, returning savior. Their stone faces watched the intruders with identical calm. The slaves were driven forward. The first reached the midpoint of the hall. A statue turned its head. Its stone mouth opened. Burning oil poured from hidden channels inside the walls. The liquid struck the slave and ignited before touching the floor. His robes became flame. Skin tightened, blackened and split. He fell across the paving stones, dragging the chain and pulling the men behind him into the burning stream. The second slave tried to retreat. A legionary kicked him forward. Fire consumed the line. Men ran blindly, their empty sockets burning beneath copper needles. One collided with a statue and clung to it until the stone hands closed around his skull. The statue squeezed. Bone shattered. Flaming brain matter ran down its wrists. Abaddon walked through the oil. It burned across his Terminator plate without slowing him. The talon struck the nearest statue and reduced it to fragments. Breachers fired melter weapons into the walls, sealing the oil channels beneath rivers of glowing stone. The procession continued. Gravitic seals activated within the next chamber. The slaves collapsed first. Their bodies struck the floor hard enough to break jaws and knees. Internal organs tore free under the sudden increase in weight. One man's abdomen ruptured, spilling bowel and blood between the paving stones. The legionaries staggered. Terminator boots cracked the floor. Armor joints locked beneath multiplied mass. A veteran fell to one knee and could not rise. His gorget pressed downward against his collarbones until both snapped. Abaddon remained standing. Warning runes flashed across his vision. The deck beneath him fractured around his boots, but he forced one leg forward, then the other. The War Master crossed the chamber one step at a time. At its far end stood a devotional pillar covered in brass plaques. The talon punched through it. Ancient machinery screamed inside the column. Gears burst from the rear wall. The gravitic pressure ended. The kneeling Terminator rose. The mortal slaves did not. Hidden weapons fired as the force entered the next passage. Sanctified bolts came through murder slits no wider than fingers. Their tips had been forged from relic metal and sealed in wax, marked with Gerstahl's broken sword. One struck a legionary through the eye lens. The projectile detonated inside his helm. The back of the helmet burst outward. Bone fragments and grey matter sprayed across the warrior behind him. The dead legionary remained upright for several seconds, body locked by armor, before toppling against the wall. Another bolt struck a Terminator's chest. His plate held. Light spread from the point of impact. Old wounds opened beneath his armor. Scars earned during the Siege of Terror split apart. A blade wound across his abdomen began bleeding as though freshly cut. Damage sealed for millennia returned all at once. Blood filled the lower compartments of his plate. "Seal failure," he said. There was no failure. The blood climbed. It rose through his breastplate and gorget. It entered his mouth. He coughed, swallowed, and tried to breathe. His helmet filled from within. Red liquid covered his lenses. He tore at the release catches, but the consecrated field locked the seals. His gauntlets hammered against the helm while blood flooded his nostrils and lungs. The warrior drowned inside armor capable of surviving the void. His fists weakened, then stopped. The remaining Terminators fired into the walls. Combi bolters hammered the murder slits. Chain fists opened the stone, exposing mechanisms fashioned from brass, bone, and coiled silver wire. Abaddon advanced over the dead. The deeper they went, the more coherent the presence below became. St. Gerstahl remembered the eye, not as scripture described it, not as stained glass rendered it. He remembered its light upon human faces, purple radiance over trenches, fires burning green beneath a sky torn by the passage of traitor fleets, soldiers looking upward and understanding that the heavens themselves had chosen an enemy. He remembered pain. His arm would not lift. Blood filled his boot. Every breath scraped within his chest. A medici officer had tried to pull him toward an evacuation carrier, while artillery walked closer through the broken line. Gerstahl had refused. He remembered men retreating past him. Some saluted. Some were too wounded to see him. One promised Cadia would hold. The words carried no prophecy then, no theology, only exhaustion and the need to believe that surviving the next hour possessed meaning. Cadia will hold. Gerstahl had watched them go. He understood, in the last clear moment before the light consumed him, that his military achievements would not matter. Positions would be renamed. Regiments would die. Reports would decay inside forgotten archives. But the refusal might endure. The image of a wounded man turning back toward the enemy could become larger than the man himself. He had not desired sainthood. He had understood symbols. Abaddon felt the memory enter him. The corridor around the War Master disappeared. He stood beneath the Eye of Terror. Horus lay dead. Before him, the Primarch's body rested upon a field of black stone, armor split, face bloodless and still. Around the corpse stood the remnants of the sons of Horus. They wore broken plate and carried no weapons. Their standards burned behind them. Beyond Horus rose Gerstahl, not the officer from the old records, a saint made by expectation. He towered beneath a halo shaped like the Cadian Gate. White armor covered him. His broken sword had become a blade of fire. Millions of voices spoke from his mouth. Kneel. Abaddon looked down. His own armor had changed. Black and gold lay in pieces around his feet. The talon of Horus rested on the ground, its claws broken. Draconian was absent. His knees touched the stone. The Black Legion knelt behind him. Cadia stood unbroken on the horizon. The vision pressed against his mind with the weight of accumulated faith. Submit. Abaddon rose. The saint's expression shifted. The War Master drove the talon through its chest. Claws entered white armor, ribs and burning light. Abaddon closed his fist around the vision's heart. "There is no future I cannot invade," he said. The talon pulled free. The saint tore apart. White fire became shards of glass. Horus's corpse split into ash. The kneeling legion vanished beneath a storm of broken images. Abaddon stood once more inside the subterranean passage. A Terminator lay at his feet. The warrior clawed at his own gorget. "Get it out," he snarled. Blood ran from beneath his helm seals. A pack brother seized his arm. "What do you hear?" "The Emperor." The Terminator drove his fingers beneath the gorget ring. Ceramite seals tore. He pulled until the armor plate opened and strips of his own throat came with it. Blood poured down his chest. "He is inside me." The warrior ripped harder. His fingers entered the wound. He tore out his larynx, severed arteries and a length of augmetic cabling. Blood erupted across the passage. The voice stopped. So did he. The body fell. Abaddon stepped over it. The presence below pressed meaning into his mind again. No voice entered the air. Gerstahl possessed no living throat. The exchange came through memory, sensation, and certainty, forced against certainty. A tyrant stood before a city and called its survival submission. Years passed. The city remained. The tyrant called the delay victory. More years passed. His name became a curse, spoken by men who no longer feared him. Abaddon understood the accusation. "Delay is not victory," he said aloud. The saint's memory answered. A wounded officer remained behind while others escaped. An army survived because one man accepted death. The war continued after him. Abaddon's mouth twisted. "You mistake continuation for triumph." The echo offered no plea. It did not ask him to spare the tomb. It did not beg for resurrection, justice, or remembrance. It showed only the long patience of symbols. Tyrants eventually mistook every postponed defeat for proof of immortality. Abaddon continued downward. The final seal waited beneath a vaulted chamber cut into the planet's bedrock. Ancient machinery surrounded a circular door of white metal. Cog-toothed rings intersected devotional wards. Prayer script moved across the surface in threads of cold light. At the center stood a relief of Gerstahl's open hand. The breaches approached. Melter charges were placed along the circumference. The warriors withdrew behind Terminator shields. The charges detonated. Heat filled the chamber. The white metal glowed, distorted, and returned to its original shape. The prayer script brightened. No crack appeared. Chain fists cut next. Their teeth screamed against the surface and broke. One blade snapped at the housing and spun across the chamber, severing a slave's legs before burying itself in stone. A sorceress familiar crept from beneath the legionary's cloak. The warp creature reached the threshold, saw what waited beyond it, and recoiled. Its limbs folded backward. It attempted to crawl into its master's armor. The legionary crushed it under one boot. Abaddon studied the relief. The open hand bore cuts across its palm. Not decoration, channels, a lock requiring flesh rather than cipher. "The custodians," he said. The captured shrine servants were dragged forward. They had survived the descent because the Legion had kept them behind the armored advance. They're white. Robes were torn. Chains linked their wrists. Some had been wounded in the basilica and left untreated. Abaddon seized the eldest by the throat. You carry him. The custodian stared at the seal. Understanding entered his face. For centuries, the innermost clergy had received ritual transfusions drawn from relic stock preserved by the shrine. The quantity was minute, diluted through generations of custodial initiation. Yet it remained. Trace inheritance. St. Gerstahl's blood, carried in living vessels. The custodian began to pray. Abaddon placed him against the door. The talon opened his body. Claws passed through back, lungs and sternum. The man's chest spread across the relief. Blood poured into the channels of the carved hand. The seal absorbed it. One ring turned. The remaining custodians screamed. Black legionaries dragged them forward. They were butchered against the door one at a time. Throats opened. Wrists severed. Bodies split from collar to abdomen, so blood and organs covered the warding mechanism. The Imperium's reverence became the key to its own defense. Each death awakened another ring. Ancient gears rotated beneath the floor. Prayer script dimmed. The white door released a breath of warm air. The final custodian tried to pull away. "You profane him," he gasped. Abaddon caught him by the jaw. "No," the War Master said. "You preserved the weapon. You carried the key. You opened the way." The talon closed. The man's head came apart. Blood struck the center of the seal. The door opened. Warm light filled the chamber. It touched the Black Legion and turned to steam upon their armor. Beyond the threshold lay St. Gerstahl's true burial place. Campaign standards hung from the walls, their colors faded but unbroken. Weapon fragments rested in reliquary cases. Ossified wreaths surrounded a sarcophagus carved from alabaster veined with gold. The bell stood beyond it, upon an ancient frame. Its bronze surface shone without flame. Within the sarcophagus, the saint waited. Abaddon crossed the threshold. At that same moment, upon Cadia, the space wolves began their final hunt. Grey-armoured packs moved through trenches filled with bodies. Long fangs marked the brass anchors feeding Talamin's form. Wolfguard checked stormbolters and tightened grips upon frost-edged blades. Their lord looked toward the demon prince towering above the battlefield. "Cut away the blood," he said. Around them, Cadian artillery changed elevation. Talamin raised his weapon and roared toward the gathering wolves. Beneath Gerstahl's dead city, Abaddon approached the saint. The false war and the true war reached for their throats together. The space wolves learned the shape of Talamin's strength from the dead. The demon prince did not merely stand upon the battlefield. He was rooted within it. Every trench filled with blood strengthened him. Every wreck containing a burned crew fed furnace light into his armor. Every heap of corpses became another invisible ligament, binding his manifested body to the soil of Cadia. The pattern became visible only when the wolves stopped looking at Talamin. They studied the ground around him instead. Brass icons had been driven into the earth wherever the slaughter was greatest. Some resembled swords buried point first. Others were towers of fused skulls wrapped in chains. Several had grown rather than been built, pushing upward through the soil as if the planet itself had developed metal bones. Blood flowed toward them against the slope. The streams entered grooves cut into the battlefield by hooves, blades, and dragging bodies. Each channel formed part of an eightfold geometry too large to perceive from ground level. A rune priest stood upon the wreck of a chimera and looked across the killing fields. Frost formed over his armor despite the heat of burning tanks. His staff rested against one shoulder. Runes carved into its haft glowed beneath soot and blood. "The beast is not healing," he said. A grey hunter pack leader followed his gaze toward Talamin. The demon prince towered beyond the ruined trenches, fighting beneath a storm of artillery fire. Shells struck him. Flesh and brass vanished. Moments later, the damage returned in new shapes. He looks healed. He is being rebuilt. The rune priest pointed toward the nearest brass marker. Those are the teeth biting into the world. The dead are the meat between them. The pack leader watched a river of blood crawl across shattered rockcrete and climb the base of the icon. Break the teeth. Break all of them. And the beast? The rune priest's eyes reflected pale lightning. Then he learns what death feels like. Orders traveled through pack channels, chapter vox and Cadian command networks. Long fangs were assigned the brass anchors and the demon engines guarding them. Grey hunters received the artillery corridors, routes that had to remain open long enough for Cadian batteries to fire through the advancing host. Rune priests moved toward the ritual perimeter, each accompanied by warriors carrying wards, relic blades, and iron-bound caskets of Fenrisian soil. The Wolf Guard gathered for the kill. Their Terminator plate had been repaired beneath bombardment. Fresh ceramite patches covered wounds in ancient armor. Storm shields bore cuts deep enough to expose the energy coils within. Frost weapons hissed in the poisoned air. Their lords stood among them without ceremony. Talamin's distant roar rolled across the battlefield. One wolf guard tightened his grip upon a thunder hammer. He calls for champions. He calls for fools, said the Lord. Another warrior looked toward the demon prince. He will have us either way. No. The Lord raised his blade. We will have him. The Cadian Artillery Command received the targeting solution in a bunker already shaking beneath enemy fire. The plotting chamber contained no windows. Its walls sweated condensation. Tactical displays flickered beneath emergency lumens, showing Imperial units trapped within the designated impact zone. A staff officer studied the coordinates. There are formations still fighting inside the pattern. The Space Wolf's voice came through the vox. They are the reason the pattern remains open. The officer looked toward the casualty runes. 3 infantry battalions, the remains of an armoured regiment, artillery observers occupying 2 redoubts surrounded by demons. They cannot withdraw before the barrage. No. They will be killed. Yes. The officer's jaw hardened. Beyond him, Vox servitors repeated distress calls from the trapped units. Men requested ammunition, medic evacuation, and armoured support. One transmission came from a trench where fewer than 30 soldiers still answered muster. The staff officer opened the command channel. All formations within the marked zone hold present positions. Repeat, hold present positions. Continue engagement until termination of fire mission. For several seconds, no one answered. Then a voice came through the static. Order confirmed. Another followed. Confirmed. A third transmission contained screaming, gunfire, and the unmistakable roar of a chainsword. Confirmed. Emperor, witness us. The officer closed his eyes. Fire. Hundreds of kilometers away, Basilisk batteries answered. Earthshaker cannon elevated beneath black skies. Breaches slammed shut. Gun crews crouched behind armor plates and covered their ears. The first guns discharged. The ground jumped. Manticores followed, sending clustered warheads upward through smoke. Medusa siege cannon fired at angles shallow enough for the blast from their barrels to tear loose bodies from nearby burial trenches. The shells crossed Cadia. Inside the target zone, Imperial soldiers continued firing. A Cadian sergeant stood upon a parapet with one arm hanging open at the elbow. He fired his last pistol into bloodletters climbing the trench wall. His men knew what was coming. The sky had begun to shriek. None ran. A demon reached the parapet. The sergeant emptied his weapon into its face. When the power cell died, he drew a trench knife and buried it in the creature's throat. The first Earthshaker shell struck. The trench disappeared. Men and demons became the same rising column of flesh, soil, and armor fragments. The shockwave crushed lungs beyond the point of impact. A chimera folded around its own engine block. Bloodletters vanished beneath tons of earth. The barrage walked across the battlefield. One redoubt transmitted until a shell landed directly upon its command bunker. The Vox carried a final syllable, then static. Another formation continued firing heavy bolters as the impacts advanced toward it. The gun crews vanished. Beneath fire, one emplacement at a time. The last weapon remained active until the blast threw the bolter, its tripod, and the men around it into the air as a single burning mass. Talamin's host convulsed beneath the bombardment. Bloodletters were torn apart faster than they could reform. Juggernauts disappeared inside craters filled with molten brass. Demon engines toppled as the ground beneath them ceased to exist. The ritual geometry broke. Streams of blood changed direction. Talamin felt it. His roar shook the ash from the sky. The space wolves advanced into the devastation before the final shells landed. Grey hunters crossed ground, transformed into red mud. Bodies had been pounded into the earth until no shape remained, only scraps of uniform, pieces of armor and pale splinters of bone. Boots sank ankle deep in human remains. The wolves moved through it without slowing. Flesh hounds leapt from the shell craters. Their hides were burned away. Brass collars glowed around exposed muscle. One pack came through the smoke directly into bolter fire. The grey hunters shot by instinct. Mass reactive rounds burst inside the leading beasts. A hound lost half its skull and continued forward. The pack leader stepped aside, caught the creature beneath the jaw with his chainsword, and opened it from throat to abdomen. Black organs spilled across his greaves. Another hound struck a warrior in the chest. Claws carved through ceramite. The space wolf fell beneath it, one arm trapped under the beast's weight. His pack brother fired a bolt pistol into the hound's ear. The skull ruptured. The fallen warrior shoved the carcass aside. Still whole. Enough. They continued. Bloodletters formed around pools of blood left untouched by the barrage. Horns emerged first, then blades, then bodies built from rage and the memory of slaughter. The wolves met them at close range. Bolters fired until magazines emptied. Chain blades awakened. Frost axes struck hellblades hard enough to fill the smoke with sparks and shards of demon metal. Every meter required killing. Every corpse threatened to become another doorway. Long fangs occupied a ridge of overturned armor. The oldest among them sighted along a lascannon toward a brass icon rising behind a demon engine. Anchor marked. The engine turned. It had once been a tank. Its tracks were now chains of fused hands. A cannon protruded from a mouth formed in the hull. Human faces moved beneath its armor, each one silently pleading. The weapon fired. Warp flame crossed the ridge. One long fang disappeared inside it. His armor became a glowing shell around burning meat. He remained upright long enough to fire his missile launcher. The warhead struck the demon engine's weapon mount. The lascannons followed. Beams cut through iron, flesh, and trapped souls. The engine's hull split. Screams erupted from every face within it. The pack leader adjusted his aim. Icon! 3 heavy weapons fired together. The brass marker shattered. A shockwave passed through the ground. Blood surrounding the base ignited. Talamin staggered in the distance as one of the invisible ligaments binding him to Cadia snapped. The Wolf Guard struck from the west. Teleport light flashed inside the broken ritual perimeter. Massive figures appeared amid Talamin's honor guard, weapons already moving. Storm bolters tore bloodletters apart. Thunder hammers crushed brass skulls and drove demons into the soil. Frostblades left trails of white vapor through the hot air. Talamin turned toward them. He was larger than before. Wings of smoke and flayed skin stretched behind him. Horns rose from his crown like the spires of a fortress. His armor carried faces pressed outward from within, mouths open in eternal battle cries. The demon prince charged. His first blow struck a Wolfguard Terminator's storm shield. The shield held. The arm behind it did not. Reinforced bones broke from wrist to shoulder. The impact drove fragments through the warrior's secondary heart and into one lung. His armor compressed around him, crushing ceramite into flesh. Talamin struck again. The Terminator's torso folded backward. Blood erupted from his gorget. His head remained attached only because the armor seals held it against the body. The Wolfguard returned fire. Storm bolter shells detonated against Talamin's joints. A thunderhammer struck his knee and opened the armor in a burst of furnace light. The demon seized the hammer's wielder. One claw closed around each shoulder. Talamin pulled. Terminator plate resisted for a heartbeat. Then it split. Arms came away with both halves of the breastplate. Ribs tore from the spine. The warrior's torso opened from neck to pelvis, exposing 2 hearts, 3 lungs, and the dense architecture of gene-forged organs. Talamin raised the pieces. Blood poured into his mouth. The demon drank. Power entered him again. His wings spread wider. A new ridge of iron formed along his spine. The wound in his knee began to close. Talamin roared toward the warp, awaiting the final change. Apotheosis. Supremacy. A throne above every rival prince. Nothing came. The Wolfguard did not honor his expectation with rage. They rotated. The wounded withdrew behind intact shields. Fresh warriors moved forward. Storm bolters concentrated upon the damaged knee. Thunderhammers struck the same sections of armor repeatedly. Talamin challenged them to single combat. No one answered. He swung at one warrior and found another striking from the flank. He seized a shield, and a frostblade opened the muscle behind his elbow. He turned toward the blade, and 3 storm bolters fired into the exposed joint. Their savagery concealed discipline. Every attack served the pack. Every retreat drew Talamin across ground already marked for destruction. Grey Hunters reached the next anchor. They placed melter charges around its base while bloodletters closed from both sides. Half the pack formed a firing ring. The others armed the explosives. A demon hellblade entered one warrior beneath the ribs and emerged through his shoulder. He trapped the weapon against his armor and pulled the bloodletter closer. His pack leader fired into both of them. The bolt round passed through the Space Wolf's ruined chest and detonated inside the demon. Both fell. The charges ignited. The brass icon became liquid light. Talamin's left wing collapsed into smoke. Rune priests entered the ritual ground. They drove their staffs into soil saturated with blood. Frost spread outward from each point of contact. It crossed mud, corpses and broken armor. Pools of blood froze black. Brass runes cracked beneath rime. The warp resisted. Red lightning struck the priests. One fell to his knees, smoke rising from his armor. Another began bleeding from the eyes. They continued the rite. Their voices were not delicate. They did not whisper hidden syllables or bargain with unseen powers. They called upon the savage storm, the cold of the death world, and the strength of the All-Father as understood through Fenrisian blood. Their words struck the immaterium like axes. The battlefield froze around Talamin. Heavy weapons destroyed the remaining anchors. Lescanon fire cut through brass towers. Plasma weapons burned ritual pits until stone became glass. Autocannons reduced lesser icons to spinning fragments. Talamin's wounds stopped closing. The demon prince looked down at the opened armor of his knee. No blood rose to meet it. No corpse surrendered its strength. The rune priests had severed him from the massacre. The final assault began. Wolfguard closed from 3 sides. Thunderhammers broke manifested plate. Frost axes split muscle that could no longer become iron. Talamin killed another Terminator, driving one claw through helm, skull and breastplate, but the body remained caught upon his arm. Grey hunters poured bolter fire into every opening. Mass reactive shells detonated inside the demon. Furnace organs burst. Burning blood flooded from wounds and froze where the rune priest's wards touched it. The breach behind Talamin began to collapse. It had been the largest wound connecting him to the warp, a vertical rent filled with brass light and distant battle cries. Now its edges closed beneath frost, artillery, and the destruction of the ritual ground. The rune priests forced it narrower. Talamin understood. There had never been a throne. Abaddon had known Cadia would call the Adeptus Astartes. He had known Talamin would remain as long as worthy blood continued arriving. Every loyalist ship drawn toward the gate had been part of another design. The Warmaster had not offered ascension. He had offered bait. The demon prince turned toward the stars as though he could see beyond the smoke, beyond the orbital war, and across the hidden paths leading away from Cadia. Abaddon! His roar split the clouds. The Wolfguard Lord drove a frostblade through Talamin's chest. The weapon entered the furnace within him. White cold erupted through cracks in his armor. Talamin struck the Lord aside. The Space Wolf hit the ground, rolled through blood, and rose with one arm hanging uselessly. "Again!" he ordered. The pack attacked. Hammers shattered Talamin's legs. Axes tore through his wings. Grey hunters fired until bolter housings glowed and magazines ran empty. The rune priests closed the breach behind him. Talamin fought to remain. Claws dug trenches through the frozen ground. His changing body stretched toward the warp, while the wolves drove him backward through impact, blade, and mass reactive fire. One final thunderhammer struck his chest. The demon prince broke. His armor opened. Furnace light poured outward. Faces trapped within his form screamed as they were dragged toward the collapsing breach. Talamin reached for the Wolfguard. His claws passed through them as smoke. Abaddon! The name became his final curse. The breach closed. The Prince of Princes vanished. Silence did not follow. Cadia still burned. Weapons continued firing. Wounded men screamed beneath wreckage. Lesser demons collapsed into ash or fled toward the remaining tiers in reality. But Talamin was gone. Across the surviving lines, soldiers began to understand. Some raised rifles. Others fell to their knees. The roar of exhausted triumph spread from trench to trench, weak at first, then vast enough to cross the Western theatre. Cadians embraced men they had never met. Tank crews climbed from burning hulls. Artillerymen struck fists against their guns. They believed the Third Black Crusade had broken. They believed Cadia had won. Inside the command bunker, officers attempted to contact the shrine world of Gerstahl. The first transmission returned static. The second carried distant screaming. The third connected for less than a breath. Something vast collapsed on the other end. Then Gerstahl vanished from the Vox. Talamin died without dying. The demon prince's banishment crossed the immaterium, as a convulsion of wounded rage. It reached Gerstahl before any astropathic warning could have travelled between the worlds. The warm light within the burial chamber flickered. Campaign standards snapped upon windless poles. The bell moved once upon its ancient frame, and the white stone beneath Abaddon's boots shuddered as though the planet had suffered a blow to the heart. The Warmaster felt the severance. Talamin's presence vanished from the warp with the suddenness of a blade withdrawn from flesh. The vast pressure of the demon's hatred collapsed inward, leaving behind an emptiness filled by one final psychic curse. Abaddon. The name crawled across the walls in Talamin's voice. Several Black Legionaries turned toward the sound. Drachnian laughed within its blade. Abaddon did not. The distraction had ended. Upon Cadia, Imperial commanders would already be counting surviving regiments and measuring the retreat of the demonic host. The Space Marines would study the battlefield and ask why a warlord as calculating as the Despoiler had committed such strength to a campaign without a path to lasting conquest. Questions would become reports. Reports would become redirected ships. He had minutes before the Imperium began to see beyond Cadia. Abaddon crossed the threshold. Warm light passed over his armor. It revealed every scar upon the black ceramite, every edge of tarnished gold, and every stain left by men who had died trying to halt his descent. Steam rose from the plates around his boots. The chamber's radiance treated the Legion's presence as contamination and attempted to burn it away. The Black Legion entered behind him. Only a handful of Terminators remained. The subterranean wards had killed the others without regard for their armor, their experience, or the wars they had survived. Breaches followed, carrying damaged melter weapons and the last demolition charges. Mortal attendants stumbled after them, eyes streaming blood beneath the pressure of the sepulchre. At the chamber's center waited St. Gerstahl. His sarcophagus rested upon a bier of alabaster veined with gold. Ossified wreaths surrounded its base. Broken weapons had been arranged in concentric circles around it. Lazarifals fused by heat, a sword blade snapped near the hilt, fragments of ancient armor and shells recovered from the battle in which the officer had died. Campaign standards hung along the walls. The cloth had faded almost white, yet none had decayed. Names of forgotten Imperial army formations remained visible upon them, rendered in thread darkened by age. Thousands of men had died beneath those colours. Their descendants had become regiments, cults, pilgrim houses and bones. Beyond the bier stood the bell. Its bronze surface held no reflection of the Black Legion. Abaddon saw the sarcophagus, the standards and the warriors behind him mirrored in its curvature, but not himself. Drachnian whispered approval. The Warmaster approached the saint. Memory struck him before he reached the first circle of relic weapons. Cadia stood beneath a sky split from horizon to horizon. The Eye of Terror had opened beyond every boundary known to mortal cartographers. Its storms crossed the galaxy like poisoned veins. Suns vanished behind curtains of empiric fire. Worlds screamed through astropathic choirs as reality collapsed around them. The fortress world endured. Casas burned. Walls failed. Trenches filled with the dead. Yet soldiers continued firing beneath banners torn to threads. A figure stood among them. St. Gerstahl had risen. The officer's ruined body no longer existed. In its place towered a warrior shaped from faith, memory, and the expectations of uncounted generations. White armor covered him, bearing wounds that shone from within. His broken sword had become a blade of fire. The halo behind his head resembled the Cadian gate transformed into a crown. Men who had lost hope saw him and found enough strength to die standing. Astartes knelt to receive his blessing. The dead rose around his feet, not as corpses, but as echoes carrying laser guns made from light. Gerstahl pointed his burning sword toward the eye. The armies of the Imperium advanced. The vision possessed no certainty. Abaddon felt the fracture lines within it, the 1,000 decisions and accidents required to make it real. Cadia might fall before the miracle. The shrine might be forgotten. The faith poured into Gerstahl's name might disperse or birth something warped beyond recognition. It was a possible future, nothing more. That was enough. The vision changed. Abaddon saw himself upon a mountain of broken Legion standards. The talon of Horus lay severed from his arm. Drachenien had been driven through his chest. Black-armored warriors burned around him while Gerstahl advanced through the flames. The saint's memories pressed meaning into the War Master's mind. You fear what may be. Abaddon continued walking. I respect it. The sepulchre showed him another image. Gerstahl stood wounded before the retreating Imperial formations. His blood ran into poisoned soil. He had no expectation of survival, sainthood, or reward. His sacrifice mattered because others lived long enough to give it meaning. The officer died. The story grew. Generations carried his refusal further than his sword could ever have reached. Gerstahl represented the strength of surrendering one life to something larger. He had become greater through absence. Death had stripped away the weakness of flesh and left behind a symbol that could be reforged by every man who believed in it. Abaddon represented the opposite truth. He had survived. He had endured the fall of Horus, the destruction of the sons of Horus, and the scorn of every lesser warlord who mistook survival for shame. He had taken the ruins of a legion and remade them through force of will. He had refused the judgment of primarchs, gods, and history. He would not become greater by dying. He would make the future submit while he still lived. The saint's presence pressed against him again. No tyrant conquers remembrance. Abaddon stopped before the bier. Prophecy is a fortress. The chamber listened. It is raised by men who believe tomorrow cannot be invaded. He opened the talon. The claws glimmered beneath the sepulchre's light. They build walls from hope. They place guards upon roads that do not yet exist. They call the structure fate because they cannot imagine an enemy reaching it. The sarcophagus trembled. Abaddon looked upon the preserved corpse within. I have crossed stronger walls. Something moved beneath the crystal. Saint Gerstahl's fingers tightened. The motion was small. Dry joints shifted against the folds of the ancient burial cloth. One dead fingertip scraped the interior of the sarcophagus. A mortal attendant saw it. He lives, the man whispered. A terminator struck him across the head without turning. The attendant's skull broke beneath the gauntlet. He collapsed beside the relic weapons, blood spilling from his ears. Inside the sarcophagus, ancient veins darkened. Blood that should have become dust centuries before spread beneath parchment skin. It travelled along the saint's forearm in branching lines. The preserved chest rose by the width of a blade. The bell began to sway. A shape formed behind the bier. Light gathered into the outline of an armoured man. Shoulders emerged first, immense and radiant. Then came a head bowed beneath a halo. One hand closed around the memory of a broken sword. The manifestation had no face. Not yet. Its armour possessed no heraldry. Not yet. Millions of prayers had constructed the possibility, but the saint remained caught between symbol and will. The violence above had accelerated what centuries had begun. The approach of the eye's chosen enemy had given the prophecy direction. Abaddon had become the final ingredient in the miracle intended to oppose him. Drachenien snarled inside its sheath. The sword wanted release. The Black Legionaries raised their weapons. "Hold," Abaddon commanded. Bolt muzzles lowered. The War Master watched the unfinished saint rise behind its own corpse. It reached toward him. The gesture carried no hatred. That offended him more than rage would have done. Abaddon drew Drachenyan. The demon blade entered the sepulchre with a cry that split the warm light. Shadows burst from every relic. The campaign standards twisted around their poles. The mortal attendants screamed as blood began running upward from their wounds. The luminous figure raised its sword. Drachenyan struck first. The blade cut through the wards surrounding the bier. No visible barrier stood there, yet the collision shook the chamber. White fire and black shadow exploded across the sepulchre. The nearest breacher was lifted from his feet. His armor struck a pillar and folded around him, crushing his organs into the cavity of his chest. The ward resisted. Drachenyan fed. The demon sword bit deeper, drinking sanctity, vows, and the accumulated force of millions of prayers. Faces appeared along its edge, mouths opening in silent ecstasy. Abaddon dragged the blade downward. The psychic barrier split. The light behind Gerstahl staggered. The War Master drove the Talon of Horus into the sarcophagus. The claws passed through crystal, gold, and alabaster. The impact pulverized the bier. Sanctified stone erupted across the chamber. Crystal fragments turned in the air like knives. The saint's ancient armor broke beneath the talon. Rusted plates collapsed inward. Preserved ribs shattered. The corpse's chest vanished inside Abaddon's fist. The unfinished manifestation opened its mouth. Every bell upon Gerstahl rang at once. The sound passed through the planet. It burst from ruined towers, buried chapels, and orbital wreckage falling through the atmosphere. It entered the skulls of the living and the dead. Black Legion warriors staggered beneath it. Pilgrims fighting in the streets dropped their weapons and screamed the saint's name. The corpse arched inside the shattered sarcophagus. Dead eyes opened. For one instant, they contained sunlight. Abaddon closed the talon. The saint's remains came apart. Bone became dust and splinters. Armor fragments spun through the air. The skull broke against one claw, jaw separating from cranium as relic teeth scattered across the floor. The luminous warrior behind the bier convulsed. The spiritual backlash followed. Mortal attendants burst from within. Their bodies swelled beneath robes and armor. Eyes flew from sockets. Abdomens opened. Organs struck the walls with enough force to cling there. One man's spine tore through his back before the pressure reduced the rest of him to blood. A breacher squad vanished inside white fire. When the light passed, blackened suits of armor remained standing. The flesh within had been cooked into liquid. It poured from knee joints and boot seals, leaving the hollow plate upright for several heartbeats before it collapsed. Terminators were hurled across the chamber. One struck the wall, helm first. The impact cracked his breastplate and drove his reinforced skull into the armor's interior. Blood and brain tissue filled the gorget. Another warrior tried to lock his boots to the floor. The force tore both legs from the hips. His upper body struck the ceiling while the severed limbs remained upright below. Abaddon stood at the center. White fire enveloped him. Visions hammered against his mind. Horus's death. The burning of Chthoniya. The Legion shattered beneath rival gods. Cadia unbroken. Gerstahl risen. The Imperium surviving long enough to make every sacrifice meaningful. The War Master roared, not in pain, in refusal. He swept Drachenyan through the light. The demon blade tore the manifestation from shoulder to waist. The unfinished saint divided into burning halves. One reached toward the corpse, the other raised its broken sword. Abaddon struck again. The vision dissolved. Warm light became a storm of embers. Silence returned in pieces. The bell continued moving. Abaddon looked down at what remained within the shattered bier. Fragments, a section of jaw, 3 ribs, pieces of vertebrae caught in burial cloth. One hand had survived beneath a section of broken armor, the fingers curled around nothing. The War Master seized it. The talon closed. Finger bones cracked. Knuckles became powder. The hand disappeared between the claws. "Furnaces," Abaddon said. The surviving legionaries rose from the wreckage. "Gather everything." They obeyed. Relic fragments were collected in ammunition cases. Bone dust was scraped from the floor. Shattered teeth were lifted with forceps. Burial cloth was torn apart and searched for particles caught within its weave. Abaddon watched the work. Every fragment. A Terminator bent to recover a piece of skull no larger than a fingernail. "No reliquaries," the War Master continued. "No trophies. Nothing leaves this chamber except as ash." Plasma furnaces were prepared above. The remains were carried upward under guard. Abaddon stayed. He found one tooth beside the broken bier. It was yellow with age, its root darkened by ancient blood. A shrine world might have built a cathedral around it. Men might have crossed sectors to kneel before the glass containing it. Armies might have carried replicas into war. Abaddon placed the tooth beneath his boot. He ground it into the stone. The bell swung harder. Cracks spread across the chamber walls. The spiritual backlash had damaged foundations already weakened by bombardment. Reliquary alcoves split open. Weapon fragments fell from their cases. A section of the vault collapsed. Stones struck the bell's frame. Bronze and timber disappeared beneath a falling wall. The floor broke beneath the weight. The sound of metal striking stone descended into darkness, then vanished beneath the roar of further collapse. Abaddon did not turn. He had seen the bell fall. He had not seen where it came to rest. "Destroy the world's memory," he ordered. The command travelled from the sepulchre to the capital, and from the capital to the fleet. Black Legion squads entered archives carrying Prometheum. Ledgers of pilgrimage, martyrdom, and lineage were soaked and ignited. Fire consumed names preserved for centuries. Reliquaries were atomized. Saints' bones, campaign banners, and devotional weapons vanished beneath plasma fire. Shrine custodians were dragged from hiding places and executed in rows. Their bodies were burned with the records they had served. The fleet began its bombardment. The restrictions ended. Macro cannon batteries fired upon the alabaster capital. Shells struck basilicas, plazas, and fortress districts. Domes collapsed. Prayer towers became columns of flame. Defense batteries vanished beneath impacts that opened the mountains around them. Lance beams descended from orbit. White stone turned black, then liquid. Pilgrims running through the streets became shadows burned into glass. Wounded soldiers disappeared beneath expanding spheres of heat. The prayer channels that had carried blood began carrying molten metal. Abaddon destroyed more than Gerstahl's corpse. He destroyed the machinery of remembrance. Shrines gave the dead location. Archives gave them history. Priests gave them voices. Pilgrims gave them repetition. He burned all 4. The saints' echo faded as the city died. It lost the memory of Cadia first. The trenches became light without shape. Soldiers' promises dissolved into distant sound. The wounded officer standing before the enemy became a silhouette without a name. The echo did not see Abaddon. It did not see the War Master turn from the ruined sarcophagus or walk through the collapsing passage with Drachnian bare in one hand. Its final perception followed the bell, bronze descending through broken stone, darkness closing around it, dust, silence, then nothing. Above, Abaddon emerged into the burning basilica. The capital shook beneath orbital fire. The dome collapsed behind him, burying the passage to the tomb beneath thousands of tons of alabaster and consecrated iron. The War Master continued toward the waiting gunships. He never looked back. Cadia counted victory in corpses. The Western theatre had ceased to resemble a battlefield. It had become a continent-sized grave without markers, rites, or silence. Trenches lay open beneath the smoke, their walls glazed by heat and packed with bodies crushed together so tightly that death had erased rank, regiment, and allegiance. Armour graveyards extended beyond sight. Lehman Russ hulls rested overturned in fields of shattered track links. Chimeras had burned down to black ribs. Bane blades stood amid the ruin like murdered fortresses, their turrets torn away, their armour split open to expose compartments filled with cooked flesh and fused skeletons. Men moved through the wreckage wearing rebreathers and blood-stiffened uniforms. They searched for survivors first, then ammunition, then the dead whose identities might still be recovered. Most bodies surrendered nothing. Shelling had stripped faces from skulls and limbs from torsos. Fire had melted identity tags into breastbones. Tank tracks had pressed whole platoons into the mud until cloth, organs, and soil became a single red-black substance clinging to the treads. Millions had died. The number passed through command reports with bureaucratic coldness. It occupied one line among ammunition expenditure, surviving armour strength, and projected reinforcement requirements. On the ground, it had weight. It clogged drainage systems. It fouled gun mechanisms. It gathered beneath boots. The surviving demons collapsed without Talamin's presence to sustain them. Bloodletters shuddered as their bodies lost coherence, brass blades striking the ground before the limbs holding them dissolved into smoke. Fleshhounds crawled from shell craters with their hides sloughing away, jaws still snapping at men they could no longer reach. Cadian soldiers killed them wherever they found them. No creature was trusted merely because it appeared wounded. A demon missing its lower body dragged itself toward a burial detail. The men opened fire until nothing remained except horn fragments and steaming ichor. Another emerged from inside a burned tank, wearing the crew's flayed faces across its own skull. Heavy bolter fire tore it apart before it crossed 10 paces. The traitor fleet withdrew above them. Corrupted vessels burned hard toward the eye, while Imperial ships fired into their wake. Some escaped through ruptures opening in the void. Others died beneath concentrated lance fire, breaking into glowing sections that continued drifting after the warp storm swallowed their escorts. Cadia remained. That fact passed through every surviving command channel. Cadia remained. The words were repeated by men who had lost companies, brothers, and entire bloodlines. They were carved into temporary memorial plates. They were painted across tank hulls using ash mixed with blood. They were true. The Space Wolves did not celebrate. Their surviving packs moved through the dead with bolters ready and blades drawn. Grey hunters checked ruined bunkers for warp taint. Long fangs occupied the ridgelines and fired upon every lingering demon engine that continued to twitch beneath the smoke. Wolfguard recovered the gene seed of the fallen. Armoured bodies were opened upon sheets of torn vehicle plating. Progenoid glands were removed from warriors whose torsos had been crushed, burned, or partially consumed. Apothecarian tools worked amid artillery craters, while pack brothers stood watch. One fallen Terminator had been torn apart by Talamin. His chest cavity remained open to the sky. Ribs protruded through cracked ceramite. Both hearts were gone, consumed by the demon prince, but deeper organs remained intact beneath clotted blood. A wolf priest knelt over him, The extraction blade entered the corpse's throat. No prayer was spoken for victory. The priest recited only the lineage of the dead warrior and the names of those from whom his gene seed had descended. Nearby, 2 grey hunters cornered a surviving flesh hound beneath the wreck of a Hydra platform. The beast's hindquarters had dissolved into smoke. It dragged itself forward on its forelimbs, jaws opening around broken fangs. One wolf raised his bolter. The other stopped him. Blade! The first warrior drew his chainsword. The weapon roared. He cut through the demon's skull until the teeth struck the ground beneath it. Black blood sprayed across both warriors. The flesh hound vanished around the blade. Clean? Cleaner than this world. They continued their hunt. The Wolf Lord stood upon the ruined hull of a command tank and watched Imperial banners rise above the trenches. A Cadian general approached through the wreckage, accompanied by officers whose uniforms had become indistinguishable beneath ash and blood. "The enemy is withdrawing," the general said. The Wolf Lord did not turn. "So it is. Talamin is banished. For now. The gate holds. For now." The general looked toward him. "You speak as though we failed." The Space Wolf's gaze remained fixed upon the black horizon. A predator does not spend that much blood merely to scar one wall. He sought Cadia. He sought something. The general's expression hardened. "You saw the host. You saw the demon prince. What other purpose could there be?" The Wolf Lord looked at him then. The scars across his face deepened as he bared his teeth. "That is the question you should have asked before declaring triumph." Imperial High Command declared the Third Black Crusade defeated before the corpse fires had finished burning. Talamin had been banished by the sons of Russ. The demonic host was collapsing. The Black Legion vessels that had supported the invasion were retreating toward the Eye of Terror. Cadia remained under Imperial control. The declaration spread through surviving Vox networks and astropathic choirs. Priests repeated it from shattered pulpits. Officers ordered exhausted men to stand for battlefield commendations. Munitorum clerks began calculating replacement quotas before the first complete casualty record arrived. Tactically, the declaration was correct. Strategically, it meant nothing. The first fragments from Gerstahl reached Cadia through a damaged courier vessel. It translated near the outer defense line, with half its hull missing and its engines burning beyond containment. Its command deck had been exposed to vacuum. The surviving crew occupied a maintenance compartment near the reactor and transmitted through an emergency array assembled from salvage. The message contained static, broken coordinates, a description of black-armored warships emerging beyond the Shrine World's moons. Then came images, the alabaster capital burning beneath orbital fire, Pilgrim docks split apart, defense monitors drifting without engines, basilica domes collapsing into streets filled with bodies, the tomb. The transmission degraded before the final report. Officers reconstructed the meaning from fragments repeated by 3 survivors who died before medici teams reached the vessel. St. Gerstahl's sepulchre had been breached. His remains were gone. The shrine custodians had been exterminated. The archives had been burned. The capital had been reduced to irradiated ruin. Silence followed inside the Cadian command bunker. The tactical hololith continued displaying retreating traitor vessels. Officers who had spent days directing armies toward Talamin stared at the image of Gerstahl's destruction. One general removed his cap. Another struck both fists against the plotting table, hard enough to split the skin across his knuckles. The Wolf Lord said nothing. The truth settled over them slowly. Cadia had not been the objective. Cadia had been the noise. The demon host, the millions dead, the 12 chapters, the battle groups and artillery fronts had formed a stage upon which Abaddon forced the Imperium to perform. Every reinforcement sent toward the gate had weakened the roads leading elsewhere. The Imperium had chosen Cadia. Abaddon had known it would. A staff officer looked toward the casualty display. He spent a demon prince. The Wolf Lord's voice remained flat. Demons return. He spent a fleet. Ships can be rebuilt. He spent millions of lives. The Space Wolf looked toward Gerstahl's final image. So did we. The hidden strike force rejoined the withdrawing Black Legion beyond the Cadian approaches. It brought no banners taken from the tomb, no reliquary, no bone, no fragment of sanctified armor. Abaddon returned carrying absence. The vengeful spirit received him beneath lowered lumen light. Black Legion veterans lined the embarkation deck, while mortal serfs knelt in blood-stained rows. The War Master descended from the gunship in armor marked by the sepulchre's backlash. White burns scored the black ceramite. Dust from Gerstahl's tomb remained caught in the joints of the talon. No one cheered. Abaddon required no acclamation. A Legion commander approached after the War Master reached the strategium. Was the saint destroyed? Yes. You recovered nothing. Nothing remains worth recovery. The commander looked toward the empty cases carried by the returning Terminators. No trophy. Abaddon turned. A trophy can be stolen. The commander bowed his head. A relic can be reclaimed. The War Master continued. A bone can be hidden, worshipped and multiplied through lies. The Imperium can build resurrection around a finger joint if enough fools kneel before it. He looked toward the tactical image of Gerstahl. The Shrine World's capital appeared as a field of cooling fire. I brought back what cannot be taken from us. The commander waited. Certainty. Talamin's rage reached the vengeful spirit as the fleet approached the Eye. The demon prince had no body in real space, yet his hatred entered through the ship's wounds. Brass grew across bulkheads. Blood ran upward along the strategium walls. Mortal crewmen collapsed as voices spoke through their lungs. Talamin's face formed inside the central hololith. It possessed no stable shape. Horn, iron, and furnace light shifted within a storm of red static. The demon's eyes burned upon Abaddon. Betrayer! The word burst blood vessels across the command deck. Serfs fell twitching. One officer's teeth shattered inside his mouth. Abaddon stood before the apparition. You failed. You promised ascension. I promised blood. Talamin's face swelled. The hololithic projectors began to melt. I drank the blood of the corpse god's angels. You did. Oceans of it. As promised. The demon's roar tore rivets from the deck. You fed me to the wolves. Abaddon smiled. You demanded worthy enemies. I will tear your soul from your bones. You may try when you have rebuilt yourself. The apparition struck against the hololith's boundaries. Brass claws reached into the chamber, unable to cross fully into material space. You offered the chance to prove your strength, Abaddon said. You received it. That you remain a prince rather than a god is not my deception. His smile disappeared. It is your weakness. Talamin's roar followed the fleet into the Eye. The hololith exploded. Fragments cut through the mortal attendants nearest the display. One man lost his face beneath a sheet of metal and fell with his lower jaw still moving. Abaddon turned away. A Black Legion commander spoke before wisdom stopped him. Cadia was lost. The strategium became still. The commander wore ancient Terminator plate decorated with chains of Imperial skulls. He had led one of the supporting fleets and returned with less than half his vessels. "Our host is broken," he continued. "Talamine is banished. The gate stands. The Imperium will name this defeat." Abaddon looked toward him. "Kneel." The commander hesitated. The talon opened. He knelt. Abaddon restored the hololithic display through a secondary projector. Cadia appeared first, scarred but intact. Then Gerstahl replaced it. The shrine world turned above the kneeling commander. Its capital burned. "Territory is temporary," Abaddon said. The commander stared at the image. "Armies can be raised again. Ships can be rebuilt. Demons return from banishment. Walls broken today may be rebuilt tomorrow." The projection shifted. Gerstahl's tomb appeared as it had before the invasion. The sarcophagus rested beneath warm light. Campaign standards hung intact around it. Then the image vanished. "A possibility has been removed from the future." The commander said nothing. "Cadia may retake ground. The Imperium may replace every dead regiment. It may raise monuments and declare 100 victories." Abaddon stepped closer. "It cannot recover what no longer exists." The commander raised his head. "The gate survives. For now." The War Master drew Drachenyan. The demon blade emerged with a whisper that caused every shadow to recoil. Faces moved beneath its edge, appearing for an instant before being swallowed. "You have mistaken the battlefield for the war." The commander opened his mouth. Drachenyan entered through his gorget. The blade passed into armor, flesh and soul. No blood emerged. The commander's body collapsed inward around the sword. Ceramite blackened. Skin tightened across bone. His eyes became empty sockets before the skull itself dissolved into ash. Something deeper disappeared with him. The warriors watching remembered that a commander had questioned Abaddon. They remembered kneeling armor. They remembered the execution. None could recall the dead warrior's face. Some could no longer remember his name. Drachenyan had consumed more than flesh. Abaddon withdrew the blade. The armor fell empty to the deck. "Return to the Eye," the War Master ordered, "before the Imperium gathers enough courage to pursue." The Black Legion fleet turned. Engines burned. Warp apertures opened ahead of the vessels. The vengeful spirit entered first, its ancient hull vanishing into storms filled with teeth, lightning, and the laughter of gods. Beneath the ruins of Gerstahl, darkness pressed upon darkness. Tonnes of stone buried the sepulchre. Molten metal had cooled across collapsed passageways. The alabaster capital above remained a field of glass and radioactive ash. No living Imperial soul survived to hear what followed. Far below the shattered bier, the bell of St. Gerstahl rested between broken slabs of consecrated stone. Its frame had been crushed. Its bronze surface was cracked. Dust covered the blood-forged metal. The bell moved, only once. Its voice passed through stone. The note crossed the dead city and entered the void. It travelled along no recognized medium. It touched the warp without feeding it. For one moment, the ruins remembered every pilgrim who had spoken Gerstahl's name and every soldier who had believed the saint might rise. No astropath heard it. No priest recorded it. No commander altered course. The tone faded into the darkness, leaving consequence where certainty had been destroyed. Within the vengeful spirit, Abaddon stood alone before a projection of the Cadian gate. He did not look upon the fortress world as it was. He saw the corpse it would become. Cassas broken, armor burning, pylons shattered beneath a sky opening wider than prophecy had dared imagine. Cadia had survived the Third Black Crusade. The Imperium would name that survival victory. Abaddon studied the world and placed one claw of the talon across its image. He had removed a weapon the future might have raised against him. He had taught the Imperium to defend the blow it could see while the hidden blade entered elsewhere. One day, the eye would open for the final time. When that day came, St. Gerstahl would not stand before him. Abaddon closed the talon. Cadia vanished inside his fist.